mic on. I'd like to call to order the External Affairs Committee for Friday, April 10th, 2026 to order. Time is 8:33. If you could take a moment, recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you're able. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Yep. Do we have a quorum present? We do have a quorum. Excellent. Let me cite the preamble. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's Open Meetings Law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meetings will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone, unlike which I did. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button at the top of them. Thank you. In everybody's packet was the minutes of the January 30th, 2026 meeting. Is there any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve? Have a motion. Do I have a second? Got a second. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. Council updates. I'd like to ask the chairs of each of the advisory councils to provide updates on activities since the last meeting. Business Advisory Council, Valerie McCall.
Good morning, everyone. I won't go through this in detail, but we did have extensive conversation at our last council meetings about the effectiveness of the councils and the attendance of council members. If you look at the minutes, you will find that several of our committees do not have quorum to even accept the minutes. And so we did a quick round robin. We're going to have some more conversation and work with Grace and bring something back to this committee. It could just be the combining of the committees. It could be a number of things, but we are a little bit concerned. We have great leadership on all of our committees, but we're not getting a turnout that we should have. And so we're going to deep dive into that and come back to this committee with some recommendations and possibly get your insight on how we can ensure that we keep those committees as robust as they're supposed to be and doing what we need them to do overall.
Thank you. Any discussion? Anything to add, Grace?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Community Advisory Council? Not here, okay. Rural Advisory Council?
No update at this time.
Thank you. And then Emerging Leaders Advisory Council?
No update. Valerie said it well. We need to regroup.
That's great. Thank you very much. Public comment on agenda items. Has anyone signed up to speak today? No one has spoke up. Excellent. Next, we will have the Executive Director's report.
I have no report this morning.
And then action items. There's no action items for today's meeting. Okay. Then we'll go to presentation discussions. First, Public Affairs Quarterly Update. Danielle. Morning.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. I have the pleasure of talking to you today about our Public Affairs Quarterly Update. And this report aligns with the External Affairs Committee strategic priorities for calendar year 2026 to advance our visibility, engagement, and public awareness, as well as our outreach and advocacy efforts. And so this report is really focusing on our external outputs and public interfacing. And our Public Affairs Division, as a reminder, we have oversight of media relations, communications, marketing, and our visual digital mobilization, community affairs, public interactions, public policy, as well as public comments. So in this quarterly report, we're focusing on three key areas, which are our brand management, public engagement and outreach, and community awareness. So we like to give you a glimpse and report on how well we're doing. And in this third quarter, we increased our visibility across all of our digital and print platforms by 20.9%. And we developed key messaging and visual identity standards at 5.34% increase. And our media presence increased by 12%. And we were able to do that. And you see a really gigantic enormous number of over 4 million impressions over our social media and digital platforms. We had organic reach and unique audience reach of over 50,000, as well as engagement and action of over 29,000. And I'll let you know how we did that later in the presentation. And so just giving you an overlook of some of the brand messaging that was sent out. We like to still keep it with the brand and still have the same look and feel, so we are identified very quickly. So from our board meetings and public meetings and our challenges and even public meetings, it still had that same look and feel. And we also participated with the Cleveland Charge Sustainability Night. We had a sponsor ad and video and an activation zone where our staff was there and meeting and greeting over 3,500 visitors and talking about NOACA and our programs. And we also have our monthly NOACA Now newsletter. So if you haven't seen it, please look in your mailbox. And if you don't see it, let us know. But it is a monthly newsletter that comes out the first week of each month. And then our paid advertisements. So we had one paid advertisement through television and radio airs, and it was the NOACA Love Transit Challenge in February. And in that challenge, we had estimated daily impressions of over 27,000. And this is where that 4 million impressions came from. So we had 126.4% return on marketing investment. And we were able to make that delivery because during the month of February, during the airing, even with our nominal investment, it was during the time that there was a 2026 Winter Olympics. So from February 6th to the 22nd, we saw a lot of gains and increase on our website because our airing, we had 80 spots that we paid for the month of February. So in that 80 spots, we had over 80,000 impressions just from a linear airing. And then on top of that, it is connected to 20 streaming networks. For its 20 streaming networks, we had over 68,000 households that were streaming and connecting to our URL, our website, and clicking and actions were made. So we're looking at spots that are from 5:24 in the morning to about 7:25 in the evening. And so with that, also, I mentioned the NBA All-Star Weekend was February 13th to the 15th, and Super Bowl 60 on February 8th. So our videos, our ads, our bumpers, our messages were heard and seen throughout all of the platforms during that time. And that's where we were able to receive that increase. And this is one of two videos that were shown. So upcoming in this fourth quarter that we're in, we have a Arizona public meeting that's coming up. Our NOACA Now monthly newsletter that I mentioned. Our air quality trends report, we'll be posting that shortly. Air Quality Awareness Week and Bike Month in May. Our Go Carbon Free campaigns in May, and also Evergreen Billboards, really instituting our brand management again. And we're updating our website for ADA content and accessibility and the translation functions. They already exist, but we're always looking to do better and making it more dynamic for our audiences. So the public meeting for the Arizona Help Shape the Future of the Arizona will be Thursday, April 16th at Middleburg Heights Community Center. And there is a link that you can go and get additional information. And we also will be focusing areas on our billboards and still those evergreen messages and connecting audiences to the work that we do. And so you will be seeing in mid-April through June, static and digital billboards that really talk about the storytelling of NOACA and the work that we do. And so the natural progression, you'll see connected communities, connected mobility, connected opportunity, and connected future. And it really speaks to who we serve, what we improve, why it matters, and where we're going. So the billboard will be shown, but it can also, when you go to noaca.org, you can go to our homepage and you'll see more messages that will pop up that really helps tell the story of a NOACA in those areas. And these are some of the billboards. Connecting progress, connecting communities, connecting mobility, connecting opportunities, and connecting future. And we're also looking on focus areas on public engagement that speaks to our external forums. So we are preparing proposed topics for discussions at this committee. And some are topics proposed are the Federal Surface Transportation Act funding and what comes next, workforce mobility and access in a hybrid economy, and also maximizing the role of the economic development districts and federal funding competitiveness, and also integrating land use, transportation, and brownfield reuse. And that is my report, and any discussions or next steps and follow-up.
Any questions?
John Gall, Lorraine County. Good morning, Danielle. Thank you for that presentation. I was really excited to hear about February being such a great month for your engagements and all of that. In the future, do you look at those types of months that can have that high visibility for you? And we're talking coming up, we have World Cup in June, July, which will be huge. And I know soccer is coming up and becoming a big thing at our Crusher Stadium. We do have a brand new team there, soccer team that'll be engaging in the community. So that'll be just another great thing. How can you work that in? Will you work that in, or will that be an emphasis month for you?
Well, I appreciate the question because we're always looking for where we could land. We always look at the impact and volumes. Our budget is not very high, so we're very innovative in what we do. So that would be something that we would look at, and any opportunity where there's volumes and we can gain more traction and visibility.
And this will probably piggyback with the Cavaliers winning the NBA championship in June. So
We can only dream.
exactly. The newsletter. How's that engagement? That's done. I mean, I get an email, which is good. How do you get more people to get this email so they know what's happening with NOACA Now?
So another good question. We do have a subscriber list that is close to 10,000. So we do get that information out, and we do ask others who receive it to share it as well. And so it's specifically for our stakeholders, but we do have the link that we attach it when we're out in the public and giving more information out in regards to the work that we do.
Yeah,
Thank you.
If I may add to Mr. Gall, or add a response to Mr. Gall's question about capitalizing on major events where we might have high visibility. Danielle, why don't you tell them a little bit about what we did for the Olympics? Because we did participate in some campaign with the Olympics, and it was very positive in terms of the reception.
Yeah, and that was very intentional with the Paris Olympics. We actually had what they called an activation zone on the weekend, and the Paris Olympics talked all about sustainability. So we created stories about NOACA and our partners and the work that we do. So it wasn't just the NOACA story, but it was the storytelling of the work that we all do. And so we capitalized on that, and we were part of the Paris Olympics, and our impressions more than doubled what I reported today on just this campaign. And so any opportunity that we have that we could gain, and it has to be intentional. We're not looking just to plop our name anywhere. We want to tell the story of NOACA, and so we're very intentional of what we do.
Yeah, certainly, with a limited budget, your return on investment is what you're seeking there. I do like the number, item 3. You did talk about maximizing economic development as far as one of the key things about NOACA. And I did see one of the billboards that had that. And I really encourage NOACA to continue that economic development as a key and probably number one movement as far as engaging with people. We do need jobs. We need that sustainability of that type of work, and however it is, we do appreciate what you're doing. The Middleburg Heights visit here on the 16th could be another great engagement for you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
The impressions and the figures for February challenge also stood out to me. I'm curious if you looked at also engagement in the challenge itself. Did the visibility of the challenge increase the number of people who are participating?
That is a wonderful question because that's why we do it. So the engagement and participants are similar to the ones that always participate. And so the maximize investment is to really highlight the work that we do and get our name out. We do see more ticks and more clicks on our website during the times that happens. Translating to those who actually participate, we had some great numbers and we increased, but lower than what I could expect it. So we have to do more within the community and more outreach and to increase those numbers. So I appreciate that question.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next presentation item is Street Supplies Program. Presenter is Sam. Morning.
Good morning to the committee and chair. My name is Sam Schweikert, and I'll be giving an update on our street supplies program today. No action is being requested at this time. This item is for information presentation only, and there is no previous action. So just a brief background on the program. So the street supplies program is a library of items that communities can use for free to temporarily demonstrate how a project might work, look, and feel before it's permanently installed. These projects are generally related to improving safety, encouraging multimodal transportation, and enlivening public spaces. This allows time for data collection and community feedback, which really helps lead to a more informed, permanent installation by having this time period to be able to collect data and communicate with the residents of how they feel about a project is really valuable to the long-term effectiveness of a project like this. And it's also just an opportunity to educate residents in a fun way. So some different contents that our street supplies library includes different forms of paint and tape. We have paint and tape that is good for a one-day project or can stay down for a couple months at a time. We have different types of signs, signs relating to pedestrian crossings or bike lanes or new traffic patterns, or more educational signs like yard signs that can be put near projects and give a little brief description of what the project is doing, like what a curb extension is or what a roundabout is, and why they're being used right there. We have a mixture of street furniture, tables, chairs, parklets, really good for open street projects. Then all sorts of traffic safety devices. We have speed tables, and then a collection of different bollards, cones, delineators that can be used to establish bike lanes or safe pedestrian crossings. And there's a lot more in our library than that's pictured here. Just some general ideas for projects. There's the open street concept, which essentially just closing down a street to cars and giving that space back to pedestrians to enjoy. Different kinds of bike lanes, buffered bike lanes, separated bike lanes. You can use our paint, tape, or bollards to really establish a more safe buffer between the bike lane and the road. Chicanes, curb extensions, crosswalks, roundabouts, refuge islands, all these kinds of projects could essentially be done using the items that we have in our library. So street supplies can help improve access to transit. What does this first and last mile connection to transit stops or stations look like? You can use oftentimes that there is not a safe connection in this first and last mile to stations and stops. So you could utilize this program to either enhance crosswalks. In this picture here is a transit platform, which is being used in a demonstration project on East Broad Street in Columbus. This is an example of an item that we could purchase for our library and loan out to a transit agency. Or if it's hard for people to get to a transit stop on foot or on bike, you can use our paint or tape to create more safe bike lanes or just general signage or bike racks near the transit stop. Specific to bike and pedestrians, when it comes to crosswalks and bike lanes, the latent demand for safe facilities becomes much more obvious. Believe the saying goes, you can't justify a bridge by measuring the amount of people swimming across a river. And good infrastructure, such as bike lanes or safe crossings, encourages more people to use it, similar to how a proper bridge would rather than swimming. So like I said, we have a collection of this paint and tape that can be used for striping or stencils, which you can see in the pictures to the right. Some upcoming projects we have with South Euclid. We are looking to do some temporary traffic circles along Miramar Boulevard from Bexley Park to Cedar Road, kind of a windy stretch with some large intersections where they're having a speeding problem. And then in University Heights, also on Miramar Boulevard, they are looking to do a temporary traffic circle at the intersection of Miramar, Washington, and Meadowbrook, which you can see in the pictures to the right. The technical drawing on the right is what we've worked with the consultants so far. It's been an interesting project with how irregularly shaped this five-way intersection is. So this has been a cool project to kind of go back and forth with the consultants on the design and how we can use our library to provide materials to bring this drawing to life. This is a project that we're hoping to have being out built, hopefully within a month or so. So that's pretty cool. And then this intersection is also adjacent to Jesu and John Carroll in that area. So there's a lot of foot traffic, a lot of younger people walking and riding bikes. So this was a really nice project, or is and will be a nice project. With the city of Cleveland, we provided bollards for intersection daylighting. This is where you remove the parking spots near a crosswalk and actually harden that area with bollards so that cars cannot enter that area. And it provides both the people using the crosswalk and the drivers that are stopping at the crosswalk much more visibility of the other user, thus making it a bit more safe. And this intersection daylighting will be done at 10+ intersections through Detroit Shoreway, Woodland Hills, and the Buckeye Shaker neighborhoods. With the village of Bracknell, they are looking to install some speed tables on Lakeshore Boulevard. There is a very tight 15-mile-per-hour corner on Lakeshore that drivers often go too fast around. So we're looking to see how we can use either 1 or 2 speed tables to just mitigate this speeding here. From a project from the fall of 2024 in Cleveland Heights, we installed 2 speed tables in different locations in the city. And they were able to determine that after about 6 months of being installed, or about a year of being installed, that it brought the average speed down in both areas, which is the speed limit was 25 miles per hour. So as you can see in the graph on the left, it brought that speed down to just about 25 or lower. So kind of doing exactly what we were hoping that they would do. And after we got that data back from Cleveland Heights, we wanted to be able to kind of measure this impact of projects ourselves. So we purchased 2 MyVision Scout Plus cameras. These are portable and temporary cameras that are essentially attached to an existing telephone or utility pole. It's a kind of a large box that gets strapped onto the pole, and then an extending arm that goes up with a camera. You can kind of see the view of the intersection there in that picture on the top in the middle. You can really we can do volume and speed studies, turning movement counts, roundabout studies. So these 2 cameras have been a nice way, a nice addition to the street supplies library that if groups are doing a project, we will offer the use of these cameras where we would come out and install them. But, you know, if a group was doing a project, we would offer and encourage to collect data before you put anything out, and then collect data while a project is happening, and again after, to really measure that impact. And it really helps with leveraging and arguing the case for a project. Oftentimes, the first question is, you know, do you have data to support the need for a crosswalk or a bike lane or a safer crosswalk? So we really want to make sure that we're doing what we can to provide the communities that use this program with data that they can then use and kind of just help them get to a more permanent project. On the chart in the bottom left, you can kind of just see that's a speed and volume study we use them for on East 28th Street in Lorraine. It breaks counts down by vehicle class and speed, which is very useful in kind of trying to understand maybe where the problem is. And then overall, we're trying to improve just the awareness of the program. We really want smaller, or really any communities that could be using this program that may have limited resources. We want them to know about this program and that we're here and that we can help them. So today we're kind of just, some things for you guys to to think about, whether you have something to comment on today or now, or just something for you to think about and get back to us. But we're kind of just asking you guys, are there areas in your community that could benefit from street supplies, and investments? Which municipal departments, CDCs, or community or organizations should NOACA connect with? And then are there local plans that street supplies could support? As I mentioned, we want this program to benefit you and benefit your community. So if there is if there's some type of active transportation plan or mobility plan that your city is working on, if there's a small piece of that street supplies could, or if there's something in that you're wanting to test out or demonstrate, you're not super sure about it, that could possibly be a good opportunity to use street supplies and kind of test out some concept that maybe you've had in mind. And so, like I said, this isn't, if there's comments or if there's anything right now that anyone has, that is great. But this is also just something that you can kind of take back to your community. And if something comes up, you can feel free to reach out to me. I'm always open. So I believe that is all I have, unless if anyone had any comments here at this moment.
Any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Just a couple comments and a question. Big fan of this program. We've seen it deployed. You had some Cleveland examples in here, which is great. Very excited and enjoy this program a lot. Would love to encourage more connection and outreach in any ways the city of Cleveland can help. I'll use some Cleveland examples because that's what I know the most of, but it seems like there's a good connection here between the CDCs that we have, the community development corporations, organizations like Bike Cleveland. I know Bike Cleveland's been organizing a lot of, they call them Better Streets committees. These are groups of residents that they brainstorm and identify areas where they might have safety or just like quality of life improvement needs on streets. And so connecting that with street supplies, they might already be connected, but more effectively connecting that's a good opportunity for NOACA, I think, to get this program out there more and also create content of that can also relate to public affairs and increase engagement and awareness too. So if you're not already thinking about that, that's, I think, potentially an opportunity. The one question I had is there's an inventory online from May 2024 of the street supplies. Is that still accurate? Is there an updated inventory we could get as well? Because we'd be curious to know if that's current or if there is a more current one. We'd love to have a current inventory.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is that, yeah, no, it's still current. There's a lot of items that we purchase upon. It depends if it's being requested, that we purchase a lot of items that are specific for a project. And then there's a lot of items that we just typically keep restocking, such as paint and tape that we kind of know are going to be requested on a yearly basis. But yeah, it's kind of tough to have an active inventory that reflects of everything that we have, because a lot of stuff is stuff that we are open to buying if it is being requested. But I'll double check that inventory, because I know a lot of the items I don't list an exact amount. It's sort of just let us know if you need or want this and we would order it. But yeah, for some stuff we do have an exact amount of what we have. But at the moment we haven't. Yeah, I can get back to you on with an updated inventory.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the suggestion about working with the CDCs. I think that is an opportunity for us and sort of to capitalize on the councils. We do have Ed Stockhausen, who works with CNP and organizes a lot of engagement with the CDCs. We should really work with him to see how we can bring all of that together.
Yeah, the CDCs are always really great to work with. We've had multiple groups that are CDCs that have borrowed from us in the past. but we'll continue to work with them and try to enhance and try to increase what CDCs that we're communicating with. Thank you.
John, Kevin?
Thank you, Chair. I have a project in my community, this fiscal year. We're getting way under, this spring that will be perfect for this, street supplies. We're doing a safety project on one of my main corridors. So I would like to reach out, connect with you so we can hook up the CDC. And we have a group of volunteers that I would love to,
Yeah.
get involved with this. So I want to reach out to you,
What
in the future.
what community are you from?
It's right in the
represent-
Union Miles community, and I'm working with New Point Development. But the city of Cleveland is doing the streetscape up and down the corridor. So as soon as it's complete, I think this would be a great opportunity for us to collaborate, and get some of these street supplies to create, visibility.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll make sure to
All right, thank you.
find you after.
Al?
Thank you. Great presentation. I just wanted to say, I am a serious crosswalk enforcer. Like I've almost lost my life several times stopping cars in crosswalks. And the doodads that you put in front, I think it's on Buckeye and Larchmere, the reflection in before the crosswalk on the sides. I think you showed a picture of it. Makes a huge difference for folks actually to be able, yeah, this right here.
Is that what you're?
That's huge because the people just blow right through the crosswalks.
Yeah, it just allows the person using the crosswalk to get almost like 5 feet
Yep.
into the crosswalk while still being protected. And if the driver can't see them, then yeah,
And then, right, and it helps the driver, I think, to realize that there's a crosswalk there. I mean, the best, I think, is to have the sign right in the middle, which I think, Mayor, you have on Lee and Cleveland Heights, but I'm sure there's, issues with that. But this stuff to the side, if that's the best, it really makes a difference.
yes, I agree. Thank you.
Two questions here. On the idea of outreach for street supplies, has NOACA considered, or is it a standard practice for communities pursuing TLCI projects to use the street supply kit to collect before and after data?
I wouldn't say that is a standard practice, but there's definitely, the TLCI definitely is a really good way to help us identify, already existing areas that clearly, have safe transportation needs, because obviously they're applying for a TLCI. So if there's a smaller piece of that TLCI that they're still interested in possibly testing or demonstrating in nature, like if there's something that maybe they aren't 100% sure on yet, that would be ideal use of the program. But if there's already a plan and they already know exactly what they want to become permanent, and they're kind of just using us as just a kind of a middle step to get there, that isn't quite as much of what we're going for. We do kind of want to use your trial period of using this to kind of inform that permanent decision. So I guess there's bits and pieces from TLCI projects that could definitely be used with this program, yeah.
Just might be an interested audience, and I know the reach of the TLCI program is really broad across NOACA service area.
Yeah.
Second question, who does the installation of these elements? Is it the communities, or I thought the communities were responsible, but I heard you say that NOACA sets out the MyoVision cameras.
Yes, so basically everything other than the MyoVision cameras, it ideally is the group that's borrowing materials. If additional help is needed, I will typically help. The MyoVision cameras, I'm typically the only person that would be installing I would bring them out and I would install them and I would take them down, just because they're a fairly expensive piece of equipment. And we also, we're kind of looking into ways to make sure that those also don't go. We're trying to enhance the security of those, because those are left like strapped to a pole. And there have been cases with some cities of them being stolen. So, that's really the only thing that I would probably be the only person doing, but ideally, everything else, we kind of prefer the group doing. If you can kind of have like a volunteer day where you have kind of bringing together neighbors and the community to do it, that is probably like the perfect scenario. But if I need to come out there and help all day too, that's fine. Anything to get the project done is good.
Well, it sounds like you need cameras for the cameras. One question is liability. That's the first one. Second, the other one I want to piggyback off of yours for TLCI. All right. When do they find out about this program? Do they find out at the beginning that you have this available, or is it something as an afterthought later?
I imagine, I'm not involved in TLCI conversations really, but I would imagine that I would imagine that when that conversation is happening, if a case.
At the kickoff meetings where we solicit applications for TLCI studies, we do have in that slide deck a few slides about the street supplies program, and we encourage at all steps of TLCI projects, or even if someone applies for a TLCI study and isn't awarded it, street supplies is a great way of getting some sort of study going where they can test out, the ideas that they have that they wanted to implement with this study.
Thank you.
I was going to answer both to your question, but I like Rob's answer, all of the above, even better.
And the liability. Is that a community liability? Is that a community liability when they are the ones that set up something that the city or the village or whatever has placed on them?
Yeah, so there's a contract that is signed. The liability is by the group that's borrowing the materials. The group needs the city's permission to apply for the materials. So essentially the city would be telling that group that liability would be with them. So whether that's a CDC or a bike advocacy group. But most of the time, the group requesting the materials is the city itself. So that makes that a bit more simple.
Any other questions? Grace?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that this program is one of our flagship programs at NOACA. We created it, I think, pre-COVID, a couple of years before COVID.
2018.
What, 15?
18.
Oh, 18, thank you. And then in 2019, we had the National Association of Regional Councils come to Cleveland for an executive directors conference. We made a presentation at that conference, and I am happy to report that many other cities, communities, MPOs have now adopted, and in some cases exactly copied our program because it is such a good program. So we were certainly the first to do this, but we are no longer the only one to do it.
Val?
I just want to add, I think this is a great project because I think it gives you a look-see before you move forward on something. I wanted to piggyback on something Councilman Bishop had mentioned about projects upcoming and using these in like the high-speed areas. I think of East 93rd Street, where between East 93rd Street, Union, and then Kinsman, high accidents, lots of speeding. And so I see this as an opportunity moving forward with connecting with, maybe even building off what Councilman Bishop will be doing to see if we can do something to do a test along there. And then lastly, I was going to say, along with the CDCs, there are a lot of very active block clubs. I can only speak for Cleveland, where they are so in tune to what's happening in their community that I think that you will get a lot of hands-on volunteers that will work through, city planning and the CDCs. But a lot of the block clubs, these are the things they're talking about that percolates up a lot of times in terms of what they need to see in their community and what they would want to see. So I see this project taking off. You may have to double that budget at some point, but it's a good initiative.
Thank you.
And to the idea of budget, so there is some federal funding that we have to allocate for this kind. It doesn't specifically say street supplies, but there is a type of spending. So we do have a budget that is provided by the feds every year for us to conduct these kinds of programs. And so we dedicate all of that money to street supplies. So we do have an annual budget.
No other questions? Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Great job. Next is Government Affairs Report from Bev.
Good morning to
Morning.
the chair and to committee members. Bev Bertzloff, I'm Associate Director of Government Affairs, and we're going to switch gears a little here and now talk about what we've been up to in our Government Affairs Division. It's actually been a very active quarter, so lots to report on. No action is requested. This is for presentation and discussion. So I'll start with federal updates. And I'm starting with surface transportation reauthorization, which I know we've talked about this before, and we're going to keep talking about this for the next probably year or two until Congress reaches agreement and passes a new surface transportation law. But it really is an important issue to stay on top of because this lays out what the federal government's priorities for transportation will be and how the funding will be allocated over the next 5 to 6 years once the new law is in effect. As you know, the IIJA, which we're operating under right now, expires at the end of September. Originally, Congress sounded very ambitious and said, oh, we're going to get a new bill passed and signed by the president by the time the IIJA expires. And that sounded great, but we're now hearing that's just very unlikely. It's not going to happen. There's a lot of competing priorities going on right now in terms of what's happening on Capitol Hill and being an election year for the midterms. The word we're hearing is we will probably get an extension of the IIJA for a year or two. But just the same, congressional hearings and discussions are already underway, and actually draft proposals for some of the various titles of the bill are already being circulated among staff. So it is the time right now to be speaking up and to try to be heard and get our interests, the interests of your communities, in front of legislators on the Hill. NOACA has submitted its priorities based on our legislative agenda to USDOT and the relevant congressional committee leaders and to our delegation, our members of Congress from Northeast Ohio. So as we look at crafting the next 5-year law, it's important to keep in mind, this is a big package. Reauthorization has several different titles or sections, and they often go to different committees. So it's a complicated process. There's the federal aid highways section. There are sections for rail and public transportation, highway safety that funds the NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. There's motor carrier safety, a title on motor carrier safety. And then there's the finance and innovation titles, which get into how do we fund the Highway Trust Fund and financing programs. So just to sort of lay out what some of the issues that are being discussed. What are the debates that are going to take place in Congress with reauthorization? So one big discussion that's taking place is whether this will be a so-called traditional roads and bridges bill, which is something that the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee Chair has said he would like to see. And also the administration has talked about more of a traditional roads and bridges bill. Or will we continue to fund multimodal transportation, transit, active transportation, and passenger rail? So those are all under discussion. A big issue is how do we stabilize the insolvent highway trust fund to continue that principle of user pays? And can we and do we maintain the mass transit account, which is a set aside? So a portion of our federal gas tax dollars goes to fund transit programs. There are discussions about needing to reduce red tape and advance projects more quickly. One of the things we've seen with the IIJA is it put a lot of money out there. It was record setting, but a lot of projects are still in the planning stages and have not advanced as quickly as many communities would like to see. So how do we advance projects more quickly, but still ensure that there's protection, environmental protection and opportunity for public input? Will we continue support for EVs and EV infrastructure? That's a big question that's being debated. How do we improve safety across all modes? I think safety is one of those universal items that you hear support for from everyone on the Hill and on both sides of the aisle. So I think everyone wants to improve safety. The question is, how do we best do that through this legislation? And then the big question, and we'll talk more about this morning, is, the IIJA created dozens of new competitive grant programs. And the reason they did that, Congress did that, was to make sure that local communities, like your communities, could apply for and access some of the federal transportation dollars. And it was a great intent. The problem we've seen is that with all these grant programs, they were difficult for communities in many ways to fill out the complicated applications and get them submitted in time. And the competition was fierce. I've heard various stats, but submitting an application, you might have a 5% chance of winning that funding in the end, because so many communities from across the nation are applying for that same funding. So a lot of communities became very frustrated with the whole application process and having to hire grant writers and hire consultants and lobbyists to go to Washington and try to pull strings so their grant would win. And so it wasn't a very efficient way to distribute money to local communities. So there's a lot of talk about taking the money that currently went to those competitive programs and converting it to formula funding, but making sure that local communities still have access to that funding. In other words, if you're going to convert it, don't give it all to DOT. Let's maintain what we have now, which is about 25% of our federal transportation dollars through the IIJA were available to local communities. So the idea is how do we keep that 25% access for locals? So I'm going to talk more about that in a minute. NOACA's priorities that we've submitted are to do just that, shift some discretionary funding to formula, but maintain access for regions and communities without harming state DOT funding. And that's an important point. What we're asking for is just to maintain status quo with access for locals to some of that funding. It's not taking anything away from our state DOTs. To stabilize, another priority is to stabilize the Highway Trust Fund, which we've talked about, and include transit funding. Prioritize asset management over expansion of our system. We have a lot of maintenance needs in our country. Let's start with that before we expand. Safety, sustainability, and multimodalism are all priorities that our board has supported. Continue funding for passenger rail is another NOACA priority. We'll talk more about that later. And reduce local match requirements. That goes back to some of these programs and including some of these discretionary grants where communities had to come up with a 20% local match. And that is difficult for many communities, the low-income communities especially. So again, we had a busy month in March. About a month ago, our government affairs team, Grace and myself and Andrew Bean went to DC. We met with USDOT. We had a great meeting with a roundtable with the Assistant Secretary for Intergovernmental Affairs. And she brought in her team of her multimodal team with various staff representing all the various modes of transportation. We talked about surface transportation reauthorization, the important role of MPOs in federal transportation policy, and we talked about passenger rail opportunities in Northeast Ohio. That same week, we also did our Capitol Hill visits and met with various members of our delegation in Washington. Had some really good productive meetings. It also happened to be Great Lakes Week. Actually, we timed it around that. So we were able to attend some events for an event for Great Lakes Day. And the culmination of all of that work really came last week, last Wednesday. When was it? Yeah. April 1st, we had an event called NOACA Transportation Day at Tri-C. And we invited all the elected officials in the 5-county region, mayors, county elected officials, township trustees, of course, our board and alternates. And the purpose of Transportation Day, each year we come up with a different theme, and this year's theme was reauthorization of the nation's surface transportation law. We wanted to inform and educate our local elected officials about, what's at stake, what are the issues, how and when should we speak up to protect the interests of your communities. Grace opened the meeting and gave sort of a history of NOACA and why MPOs exist and how we operate and how we work with communities. And then we had our special guest speak. We brought Congresswoman Chantel Brown. We were pleased that she joined us, and her remarks were really on point. She talked a lot about how important it is for Congress to hear from all of you, to hear from local elected officials, not lobbyists, not even NOACA so much. They need to hear from you all, from mayors and county officials and council people representing our various communities. You all are closest to the issues. You know what the needs are in your communities, and Congress needs to hear from you about where you need help, where the funding needs to go, what your priorities are. So, yeah, her talks her remarks were great. Then we brought in a panel. We had a featured panel of various representatives of an organization that's recently been formed called Local Officials in Transportation. They call themselves the LOT Coalition. And so we had 4 representatives of that organization. And they exist solely to look out for local communities' interests in the realm of transportation. So we had Leanne with NARC, National Association of Regional Councils. She was there in person. Katie Economou, who's with AMPO, the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations, she was on the Zoom screen. Ben Gilsdorf with National Association of Counties was there with us in person, and Brittany Kohler with the National League of Cities, and she was on Zoom. You can see in this picture we had 2 in person and a couple up on the Zoom screen. And I may have shown you this slide before, but I bring it back because I love this quote that came out of a publication put out by the LOT Coalition. Congress created metropolitan and regional transportation planning organizations to ensure regional coordination and accountability in federal investment. The next reauthorization should reaffirm that purpose by giving local and regional governments greater authority over the federal funds that support their responsibilities and the assets they manage. That was issued last November. And you can see there on the graphic, all the organizations that are part of the LOT Coalition. It also includes National Association of Development Organizations and the U.S. Conference of Mayors. So this group has come together and developed something called the Basics Act. And what this bill is basically it's a marker bill. And what that means is no one really expects it to be enacted as a standalone bill. The idea is that it represents what these organizations would like to see in this larger reauthorization package as it comes together. And keep in mind, this only addresses one title of that large reauthorization package. It doesn't touch anything about the Highway Trust Fund or transit or passenger rail. What it addresses is the highway portion of the bill. And what it does, it does a lot of things, but one of the things it does is what I talked about earlier, ensures that local communities will retain access to federal transportation dollars while reducing the number of grant programs. In other words, it would take some of those grant program dollars that were a pain for you to apply for, and it was a pain for DOT to administer all those programs, take some of that money, put it into formula, but then let local officials like yourselves that are members of MPO boards, let you then decide what that funding should be spent for. Looking at your long-range plan that MPOs like NOACA develop and pulling out projects that are priorities. So it would let local officials, it would maintain access. And actually that bill does have a number now. It's HR 7437. You can look it up. It's bipartisan, introduced by a Democrat from Michigan and a Republican from Pennsylvania. And BASICS stands for Bridges and Safety Infrastructure for Community Success Act. It would invest in bridges, deliver regional priority projects, improve road safety, enhance transparency and collaboration, build stronger rural and urban regions. And this slide, these are slides that the LOT Coalition brought to our event. But again, this talks about what the bill does. Again, delivers local and regional priority projects faster, fixes bridges based on condition and ownership, targets safety dollars to high-risk roads, strengthens accountability and local project selection, builds planning capacity to deliver better projects faster, provides support for rural transportation planning organizations, and it protects local and regional dollars from being transferred away. Who benefits from the Basics Act? This is just one of many slides, but this one's important. Communities who own and maintain bridges. But really all communities would benefit, we think, from this act. So we're excited to see this group putting forth this proposal. If it's something you're interested in learning more about, we can provide you with links to all kinds of information about it. But when you're talking to your members of Congress, if you go in for one of those fly-ins with, the mayors or your chambers, this is something you might want to consider, talking about. The slides from our presentation last week at NOACA Transportation Day, those are all available on the NOACA website now. So if you just go to the front page of our website, there's a link to view the slides. One thing that we may want to think about is if you all, think this is something that you would like to see NOACA support, we could consider, drafting a resolution. It would really be up to this committee to decide if that's something that you want to take to the board. We could have a draft ready for your next meeting in July, and then it would be ready to go to the board in September. But I would be looking, we're looking for your input on that. I realize some of you are just learning about it, so maybe what we can do is send materials out and then you could sort of think about whether it's something that this committee would want to recommend perhaps at the next meeting.
Let me interrupt you real quick and hear feedback from committee members. I know this is presented, but any initial thought? Chair, I don't see like any negative aspect on it. It's kind of a no-brainer. Grace, you ever want to add anything to it?
Yeah, again, I think this is the first time that the national associations related to MPOs and the national associations that represent counties and cities have gotten together to have one proposal for legislation. So I think it is something that we, as an MPO that is made up of a board of local elected officials, could really support. So I think it would be very helpful for us to do that.
Appreciate that. Also, it's bipartisan as well.
Yeah.
Bonnie?
Thank you. I love the concept. One of the things that, since I've had the unique experience of working for the state, the county, and city government, I think it's important to push the funding towards the local agencies so that they're in control of that. City of Cleveland is a perfect example of, we have a lot of bridges and not enough money to maintain those bridges. The expense of a bridge to maintain it, to replace it, is much higher than roadway and resurfacing. And when a bridge fails, it's catastrophic. When a roadway fails, you have a pothole. So I like the idea, and I think we should push this, and I think we should push the money down to the local level and not necessarily, get it bogged down at the state level. Thank you.
Yeah, an interesting point is that initially, when the Lot Coalition was working together, they did reach out to AASHTO, which is the Association for State Highway Organizations, and they started working with them, but AASHTO did drop out and does not support the Basics Act, primarily because it is focused on the local governments.
Oh, sorry.
Another question going forward. I had the chance to attend NOACA's Transportation Day, where the overview of the Basics Acts was provided, and I personally walked away with a much stronger understanding of what was included, because there's a lot there. What was revealing to me in that is that regarding reauthorization, the Basics Act covers just a portion of what reauthorization will entail and what this big, big bill will include. So my question is, at this point, would NOACA lend advocacy support outside of advocating for the Basics Act on other aspects of reauthorization? Or is the Basics Act NOACA's advocacy base for the reauthorization bill?
Yeah, I think the Basics Act is our advocacy document for what we support in the overall reauthorization legislation. So, and thank you very much for saying that you learned a lot at Transportation Day. We take our role as staff very seriously when it comes to ensuring that we're able to provide members with as much information as we can, so you all can make the best decisions that you need to make for the organization.
And with this, I agree with Bonnie's comments. I'm thankful for yours also, Ms. Pease. I think that you need to, though, provide the information throughout the NOACA stakeholders. I think you need to develop a nice package so everyone fully understands what this is. You did mention it has no chance of passing. Okay, well, there's always a chance. However, with the support of a group, I think that's the best way to approach it. But getting educated would be a better way than just to educate this committee here.
Thank you.
If I may, to the chairman, going back to those, thank you for those comments. I'll start with your comments, Annie. So as Grace said, this is something that we think is worthy of supporting as far as the highway section of the bigger reauthorization package. But we have submitted other priorities in communications with our members of Congress, with the committees on the Hill, with DOT. So we have submitted our priorities as laid out in the legislative agenda about transit, about passenger rail, bike ped, multimodal transportation. So this isn't the end all, but so it's part of our advocacy or, our education and information to members of Congress. There's a bigger picture than just this. But this is important because it really speaks to the needs of local communities. And like Bonnie said, a failing bridge is, that's a catastrophe. And in fact, one of our speakers, I think it was the speaker from NACO, talked about, he had worked for a congressman in Pennsylvania when they had a catastrophic bridge failure. And so he knew firsthand what that does in a community in terms of loss of life as well as economic disruption. So, and you who are mayors and councilmen for cities, you understand how difficult it is to maintain and rebuild bridges. It's a very expensive proposition. So, and speaking to the issue of this bill, so what I meant to say, I guess, is that it won't pass as a standalone bill, but what we would like to see it pass as part of the reauthorization package. So yeah, just wanted to clarify that. It's really meant to be a marker to lay down the priorities that we would like to see included in that big reauthorization package that will go through numerous committees and has numerous titles. So yeah.
Any other questions? Discussion?
So we can share information out to you and prepare a draft of a resolution to come back to you at the next committee meeting, if that is the consensus.
Any objection to that?
Just a question on that. Does this timeline give us enough time since the reauthorization at least is scheduled by the end of September?
Yeah.
I would agree that I think even though it's unlikely to actually happen on the schedule and that there will be an extension, it probably would make sense for us to do it sooner rather than later. Because if we don't do it, if we don't move forward with something in this cycle, then it would be September before the board could approve a resolution. And I think we do need to show more support for the Basics Act prior to that timeline.
I mean, drafts are being circulated now on the Hill, so your point is a good point. I mean, if you all would prefer, we could circulate something to you. We could circulate a draft resolution next week. And, but I think you would have to probably vote today to ask us to do that.
Right. Today, we would simply need a motion for us to create a resolution for approval by the board or to submit to the executive committee to place on the June agenda. And the resolution would be primarily just a resolution of support, very simple. All of the elements are already outlined in the Basics Act, which we would include the document and perhaps even a summary of it.
I think that timeline, it feels a little more intuitive. And to go back to some of the earlier points made, I think this process with the board and kind of lending support to this would really be helpful to lay out some, I don't know, infographics or some like easy to read, digestible talking points or communications to help the NOACA constituents really understand what this is. Even at the end of NOACA Transportation Day and some of the discussions, there were still a lot of questions around. Everyone is supportive of the ideas that localities have more ability to direct resources, but what exactly, like, how does this translate to that? I think would be really helpful.
Thanks.
Chair will entertain a motion. What he wants to make.
But one other comment with that, if you are going to move ahead with this, then I would say that you need to very much focus on what you want from that bill versus you did say everything that is in it.
Bonnie?
I'd like to make a motion to create a resolution in regard to the Basic Act to forward to the external, or to forward to the executive committee.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion and second? And obviously, staff's aware of the discussion, incorporate Bonnie's motion and our second, correct?
Right, and we will prepare a draft to send to this committee prior to taking it to executive.
Okay. With
Thanks.
that, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll get that to you soon. Just a few other things. Just wanted to reiterate again that we continue advocacy surrounding passenger rail, considering another corridor ID application when that notice of funding opportunity opens, actually later this year, it should say on my slide, to improve that east-west service through Northeast Ohio that we've been trying to improve to get daytime service, more frequent service. We have been talking, continue to talk to the FRA, Amtrak, the business community, advocacy groups, and neighboring states. We are developing a coalition to support passenger rail initiatives, especially those improvements to the east-west service that we currently have, but isn't very convenient. And also to support Ohio's study corridors that the state of Ohio won funding for the 3C and D and Cleveland, Toledo, Detroit. So we are starting to put together a coalition with the hope of having some sort of a meeting in second half of June. If we'd like to bring in, representatives of various sectors, the business community, tourism, local communities, so cities and counties, as well as some of the advocacy groups, maybe workforce development groups, students, colleges. So if any of you have any interest in being part of this coalition, or you have someone in your networks or your communities that wants to be included in this meeting, please let us know, let Grace or myself know. But we'll be putting together, this will be a meeting that we'll probably hold here at NOACA, sort of a kickoff later in June. So we really feel like we need to build that strong base of support to carry this forward. I wanted to go back to our initiatives for action. We talked about that at the last meeting, and we had some suggestions for some changes. As you'll recall, this is our to-do list for government affairs. We have a federal side and a state side, and it accompanies our legislative agenda, which is the more formal, high-level document that our board adopts. So back when we met in January, there was discussion about maybe tracking and educating legislators on the HUBS Act, which was introduced in Congress to promote transit-oriented development. So we talked about, should we add a new item to our federal initiatives for action? So I'm bringing that back to you. We've drafted a new item to be added to that. This would improve communities' access to financing tools, federal financing tools, to develop housing and mixed-use projects near transit in alignment with MPO transportation planning. So this is what we've drafted to go on our initiatives for action. This was sent out to you in your packet. The document that was sent to you includes this new initiative. support proposals to advance transit-oriented development initiatives in local communities. And then on the side, it says improve local communities' access to federal financing tools to support the creation of housing and economic development initiatives near public transit services. So I wanted to put that out there, feedback. If nobody has any objection, we'll make that a permanent part of our initiatives for action. It doesn't have to go to the board. This is a more informal document, but we do bring it to this committee because as external affairs, you're the ones that give government affairs our guidance. So
Any discussion? Any objection? Hearing none,
thank you.
keep included. Thanks.
Okay, we'll keep that in. And then there's one more, but I'll get to that when we get to the state side. I just wanted to mention that the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative was reauthorized in the House last week. It's a bipartisan initiative, legislation sponsored by Representative Dave Joyce from our region with co-sponsors Chantel Brown, Amelia Sykes, Marcy Kaptur, and others. It reauthorizes funds for Great Lakes conservation for another 5 years. And also passed in the House was the Beaches Environmental Assessment and Coastal Health Act reauthorization. Those are both great bipartisan initiatives to protect, what many of us consider to be our greatest asset, Lake Erie. These two bills now move to the Senate. So I just wanted to highlight that if any of your communities or organizations are interested, you might want to reach out to your senators now because we're hoping that this will make it through the Senate and get to the president's desk for signature. Just wanted to mention that since you last met, the 2026 Transportation HUD, we call it THUD, appropriations bill was signed into law, and there were a number of earmarks related to transportation for our region and that NOAC has supported. So we were pleased to see that our delegation really did provide a fair amount of funding and earmarks for some local projects. And there were also some more on the HUD side of the bill, but I just put those in so you can see the regional impact of some of that funding. There are a number of open grant opportunities right now on the federal side. There's the Safe Streets for All grant program that is open due May 26th. All Stations Accessibility Program, that's for upgrading transit facilities to accommodate people with disabilities. That is open until May 1st. Congressional earmarks for the next appropriations bill for FY27 are pretty much coming to a close. I know the House has already closed their portals. The Senate portals are still open maybe till April 20, but each member of Congress has a different deadline. So if you were still interested in earmark, you'd need to reach out and find out the deadlines for your member of Congress, or check in with us and we can find out for you. And another program, Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, the BRIC program that's funded through FEMA, that just opened for grant applications for hazard mitigation projects for flooding or other kinds of hazard mitigation. Again, we have our funding resources webpage on the NOACA website. You can check regularly. We update that frequently. Every time there's a new program open for funding, we add it. And when a program closes, we take it away. Just wanted to talk, the administration just came out with their federal budget proposal for 2027. And it's a high-level document. It's really just a statement of priorities. It will still have to go through congressional approval. Will probably get changed a fair amount, but it does decrease USD DOT funding, but it adds funding for FAA modernization, highways, maritime projects. Does eliminate a number of programs for passenger rail. A lot of funding is cut for passenger rail as well as for transit. Does rescind some unobligated EV infrastructure funding, the NEVI program and the CFI program. It would make significant cuts to some of the grant programs like RAISE, which we now call BUILD. Significant cuts to EPA's discretionary funding. And overall, there's a 44% increase for defense spending and a 10% cut for domestic spending. So that is the proposal that's been put forth. Just wanted to mention too, that US EPA, just 2 days ago, did a press conference with Grace in attendance, announcing that Northeast Ohio now meets the Clean Air Act ozone standard for ground level ozone. There was a press event held at Edgewater Park with Governor Mike DeWine, Senator Bernie Moreno, Rep. Dave Joyce, Region 5 Administrator, and Grace Galucci was there to speak. That proposal is now open for 30-day comment. But that's exciting news for our region. On the state side, not much happening right now. It's not expected that the state legislature will be doing a whole lot in the next a few months. And there are very few committee hearings even scheduled. I did want to update you on this legislation we've talked about in the past, introduced by Representative Mike Davila from our region, that would regulate MPOs. It doesn't appear to be moving forward, so we're just watching and waiting right now. But we talked to our OARC partners throughout the state, and it doesn't seem to be advancing at this time. So we'll keep an eye on that. I did want to mention this, one of the, on that initiatives for action document, there was we had discussion at your last meeting in January about one of the items, and that related to this bill regarding MPOs. And we talked about making our language a little softer, a little more positive. So this is the new draft. So instead of saying we oppose anything, we support legislation to uphold the important work of metropolitan planning organizations like NOACA. So again, that went out in the packet. Just wanted to make sure that language is something you're all okay with at this point. I know, Bonnie, you had raised a question, and I think it was a good point.
Any questions on that? Give Bonnie a second to look at it. We made it more like the new Sears, softer and kinder,
Yeah.
gentle.
The previous language focused on opposing the legislation, and that was what your concern was. So we sort of reversed that based on the recommendation.
Yes, just one comment. Enjoyed the presentation about what you're doing there. There's one little slide, there's about military spending, and I'm wondering if that was just presented for contrast or was that for some other reason?
Oh, I was just sort of giving you the overview of the administration's budget proposal. Yeah, just information only. Yeah. So if you're all fine with this, we will leave this.
One question on, so you went through the passenger rail, transit-oriented rail, and some of the other federal advocacy priorities. What does that mean exactly in terms of NOACA's role, and what do you do with those priorities?
Well, we really try to educate and inform our delegation, both at the state and federal level, about what's important to our work here at NOACA, what's important to our communities. You know, we communicate on a regular basis with staff in our congressional offices and State House, and we send written communications when there's something important. We send all of them our legislative agenda that the board has approved. We go meet with them from time to time, as we just did in Washington, where we sit down and talk to them about what our we talk to them about how maintaining transit funding is important because it's a big part of our transportation network here in Northeast Ohio. We talk about how we'd like to see better and more frequent passenger rail. We talk about maintaining access to funding for local communities to repair their bridges. So I don't know if that's answering.
No, that's helpful. I think just to connect this back to the reauthorization discussion, since we have a very robust federal advocacy agenda, the Basics Act really doesn't get into those other priorities. So if our federal advocacy priority is broader and we're lending our support to the reauthorization on kind of a very specific subset of federal priorities. I just want to make sure these other priorities don't get lost. If the reauthorization doesn't include funding for these other areas, we don't have anything to advocate for.
I don't disagree with that. Um, If, at- let me just propose at the discretion of the committee here that if, when we draft a resolution supporting the Basics Act, we can include those other priorities if this committee would support that. Again, I mean, they're already in our legislative agenda, which we have, we have distributed frequently to our members of Congress. But perhaps our resolution could touch on those other priorities. I don't know if that needs to be amended to the original resolution.
Chair doesn't think so, but
Okay,
if any members of the committee, but I think that's given you additional direction on making that draft before you send it out to us.
great.
One comment with that too. I think you ought to focus on the one item that you can win, and having everything included just waters down what direction you need to move towards.
Okay.
Thank you. Just want to mention, we had our ninth annual meeting with our state legislators at our March board meeting. Some of you, I think, were able to attend. We had a good turnout for that and heard from our state house representatives. And last thing I wanted to mention, Governor DeWine did his last State of the State address recently on March 10th. He, has always been a strong advocate for transportation safety. He pushed through the distracted driving law that's now in place in Ohio. He did reiterate his support for a primary seatbelt law. So it's just something that I want to throw out there for consideration. We don't have to make any decisions today about that, but seatbelts do save lives, and we talk a lot about safety here at NOACA. So he is asking the legislature to move a primary seatbelt law forward. So that's all I have.
Any follow-up questions? Great job, Bev. Appreciate it. Next, we'll go to reports updates. Are there any reports updates? Hearing none. Old business? Any old business? Hearing none. Any new business? Hearing none. With that, can I have a motion to adjourn? Got a motion? Do I have a second? Second, thank you. All in favor? Aye. The meeting is adjourned. Next meeting will be Friday, July 10th, 8:30. Thank you. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Oh, I apologize. Now you can hear me. Thank you. I have a little bit of a voice. Thank goodness it's Friday. Thanks, Mary. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from January 30th? Can I have a second, please? Blackwell motion, second, Mary. All in favor? All right. Next up is roll call, please. Huh? I did say all in favor. I apologize if you didn't hear me. Let's do it again. All in favor. Okay. All right. Next up is subcommittee meeting. Subcommittee updates, economic development. Is Joe here?
Not here.
Do we have someone to provide us with updates for the economic development?
The summary is in the packet. We did have a wonderful meeting where we had Ethan Karp from manufacturing make a presentation on a new report they have out. That was the highlight of the meeting.
Okay, thanks, Grace. Does anyone have any questions for Grace regarding the update for the economic development? No? All right. Do we have any public comment on the agenda? No. All right, up next is Grace, the report.
I have no executive director's report. I think we should just move right on into the material.
Okay, and there's no action items. Presentation is next, Regional Transportation Investment Policy.
Ed May will present this item.
Thank you. Yes, I am presenting an item.
As Ed is getting ready, this is an item that we have had, which Ed will get into since 1998, and we are doing a review of the RTIP to ensure that it is up to date.
Thank you, Grace. Yes, will be brief here. Like I said, no action is being requested here. This is an item that's just being introduced or presented to you for information and discussion. This policy is updated periodically, most recently updated to reflect the Resolution 2025-040 in compliance with the federal executive orders on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Also, the agency policy review and updates was adopted by the policy committee and recommended as one of the focus areas for 2026. So the Regional Transportation Investment Policy was originally adopted in 1998. The RTIP provides direction for planning, programming, and prioritizing federal transportation investments for the region. It contains policy statements and procedures relating to various elements, the transportation planning requirements, project application and evaluation, project planning review, the management of our NOACA funds, particularly with respect to project cost increases, and plan and tip amendment, and also public involvement. We do update the RTIP periodically. This is to achieve and maintain compliance with NOACA's current code of regulations and planning documents, federal state regulations and program directives. Updates have been made to this policy through board approval of revisions to the policy itself or board approval of separate board actions related to other standalone policies, which are then reflected in the document. Some recent revisions to the RTIP, they include the adoption of a policy for the implementation of complete and green streets, also establishing a better defined cost thresholds for FHWA and FTA funded projects. This is to align that with the changes to the ODOT procedures for the STIP. Also the inclusion of the carbon reduction program funding, which was allocated under the bipartisan infrastructure law, and That action was taken when the program of projects to be funded with NOACA funds for 2024 to 27 was adopted. Also, another action was increasing the maximum award of transportation alternatives funding for individual projects, increasing it from 1.5 million to $2 million. That was with the adoption of our 26 to 29 tip. And when we approved the projects recommended for NOACA funding. And then again, amending the relevant NOACA policies in compliance with Executive Order 14173 and federal guidance related to environmental justice areas. So as Grace had indicated, we are reviewing this policy and undertaking a comprehensive review, and some of the items that we will be looking at and potential revisions involve the evaluation of how of potential projects for NOACA funds. We currently apply our regional significance criteria and our planning criteria and considerations. Another thing we're looking at is project sponsor responsibilities and accountability agreements. Taking another look at project cost increases. Right now, the maximum right now to request is 15% of the original NOACA commitment. We may look into raising that or perhaps even lowering it. The use of toll credits, how those are applied, and the management and delivery of projects or the cancellation of projects. So we'll be looking at this, and staff will prepare recommendations regarding any appropriate updates to the document. Results of that staff analysis and any recommendations for the update to the document will be presented to this committee in July for potential board approval in either September or December. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed, for that presentation. Do we have any questions or comments? No. All right. Thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
Next up is Vibrant Neo and Jason.
Good morning. Yes, so I am presenting today on Vibrant Neo 2040 Vision and Framework. This item is, there's no action requested. It's just for information only. This is an initiative that has been around for over 10 years. And this is a presentation to just sort of reintroduce or you know, show this committee some different ways that NOACA could potentially view some of the policies that are within it. So a little bit of background, Vibrant Neo 2040.
Jason, before you go further, so Vibrant Neo 2040 is an initiative, as Jason said, NOACA entered into an agreement with other MPOs to move forward on this nearly 15 years ago. And many board members were here at the time, most were not, as we've gone through this. And it has been brought up both in the policy committee as well as at the board level. What exactly is Vibrant Neo 2040? What is our responsibility to it? What is our relationship to it? And how could we or should we be integrating it into the work of NOACA? So this is intended to give you that information so we could have more discussions about it in the future. Jason?
Thank you, Grace. Yes, so to give a little background, Vibrant Neo 2040 was a 3-year planning process to create a regional vision across 12 counties and 4 MPOs, as Grace mentioned. So it involved several stakeholders throughout the region. That includes, as I mentioned, the MPOs, but also other public organizations, as well as, in particular, the residents. So it the 2040 plan was a framework to create a more vibrant, resilient, and sustainable Northeast Ohio. And they developed this through regional engagement using a visioning and scenario planning process. So this was made possible by a grant from the Partnership for Sustainable Communities Initiative from HUD in collaboration with Department of Transportation and US EPA. NOACA was the grant applicant and recipient, along with the various local partners. So as a result, the Northeast Ohio Sustainable Communities Consortium, or NEOSC, also referred to as Vibrant Neo, was created to conduct the 3-year planning process. The goal was not to necessarily make a plan for Northeast Ohio, but it was to build a framework to help communities throughout the region answer these 3 questions. So what course is Northeast Ohio on? What future does Northeast Ohio want for itself? And how do we make this future a reality? So NEOS created the mission, or developed the mission to create conditions for a more vibrant, resilient, and sustainable Northeast Ohio that is full of energy and enthusiasm, a good steward of its built and natural resources, and adaptable and responsive to change. Excuse me. So to start, there was a need to develop sort of what course is Northeast Ohio on, and determine the trend scenario. So in doing so, they saw that if Northeast Ohio were to continue on the path that it's currently on, it would result in continued development at the edges of our metro areas on land that requires new infrastructure and public services, abandonment of existing communities that already have infrastructure and public services, increasing distance between people and their jobs, limited transportation options other than our personal vehicles, and increased fiscal stress on both households and local governments. And so as you can see on this chart, the local revenue to spending ratio by county goes very deep into the negative if changes are not made. So through the outreach process, over 5,600 people were engaged. That includes, community workshops, as well as online platforms of opinion polling, as well as organizational and institutional meetings. And so there were 4 scenarios that were ultimately explored. We mentioned the trend scenario, which would be just continuing on the path. The grow the same included significant job and population growth with no change in existing development policies. That was sort of viewed as, Northeast Ohio can't just grow out of its own challenges. Grow differently was significant job and population growth, and Ohio adopts new sustainable policy direction. Given the population and job trends, this was not viewed as a very likely outlook. And so ultimately, the participants heavily leaned into do things differently. And that is growth remaining virtually flat and Northeast Ohio developing or adopting new sustainability policy directions. And this sort of tackled many challenges that could be overcome by changing its approach to land use and resource allocation. And the result of all of this, this 3-year planning process was the Vibrant Neo 2040 vision and framework and action products for our future. So this is a comprehensive plan and sort of toolkit for the full 12-county region of Northeast Ohio. And it really does break down into each individual county, so it can kind of be tailored to each county and the communities within it for, a brighter and more vibrant future. So the vision includes 8 objectives, which are further broken down into themes and recommendations and initiatives. The 8 objectives are to promote investment in established communities, protect our soil, water, air, and ecological sensitive communities, improve regional fiscal health, develop regional economy with accessible job opportunities, enhance regional transportation network, cultivate local assets and places of public value. Oop. Sorry, I didn't do that. Oh, yeah. And I'll get further into the themes and recommendations here in a minute. But the last objective is to preserve and value prime farmland as an economical asset. So the recommendations that we're about to go through are not one size fits all, but there is something for everyone in the region in this plan. The goal is for each community with the vision is to create stability, prosperity, and high quality of life for all of its residents. So now I'm going to go through each of the themes and some of the recommendations to realize this vision. So the themes are to strengthen established communities, increase transportation choice, preserve and protect natural resources, and promote collaboration and efficiency. In each of these themes, there are recommendations and initiatives that are designed to be sort of a guide and toolkit for each community to use in the best way that applies to their community. So for strengthening established communities, the recommendations are to focus new residential and commercial development on sites within established communities, develop robust network of regional job centers connected by multimodal transportation corridors within and between counties, pursue remediation, assembly, marketing, and redevelopment of abandoned properties, and encourage a higher frequency of mixed-use development and range of diverse, affordable housing options. So within this, established communities are cities, towns, and townships that have matured over time into places with defining characteristics, traditions, institutions, and public spaces. These recommendations shift strategic choices to invest in these communities and targeting these communities based on 3 qualities that are successful to development: stable or growing population, density of community assets, and existing infrastructure to support that development. The second theme, to increase transportation choice. The strength and long-term success of a region depends on collaborative relationships and robust connections between its communities. So strengthening those relationships will enhance the ability of people to travel throughout the region. So enhancing the region's bus and rail services is essential to connecting people to places and jobs. However, given the wide range of places in the region, there are several other initiatives that focus more on enhancing non-motorized modes of transportation. So enhancing walking and cycling as transportation to enhance mobility and improve public health were a key policy recommendation. Another very strong opinion of the people throughout this planning process was to preserve and protect natural resources. Enhancing the existing parks and natural assets is often more effective, cost effective than creating new parks. And participants expressed strong support in protecting the region's air and water and soil. As the trend points to further outward development, protecting and supporting the rural farmland was important to participants to ensure that the local agricultural economy remains strong. And then the last theme and recommendation is to increase collaboration among the region's government agencies to expand information sharing and find more cost-effective means to provide essential services. This theme highlights the immense impact of collaborating, in particular shared services such as first responders like fire and EMS can have on communities. So this is an initiative that Vibrant Neo has put a lot of effort into, both exploring the cost effectiveness of it as well as the very complex nature of implementing such a collaborative effort between communities. So the implementation of this, ultimately, as I mentioned, this was not designed to be a plan for Northeast Ohio because, you know, there are over almost 400 communities in the 12 county region of this initiative. And ultimately, these types of decisions and developments lie on the shoulders of the communities themselves. And so Vibrant Neo as an organization, I'll get into a little bit more, exists to foster those conversations and help communities and agencies get to the end goal. But so within the 2040 plan, there are 41 initiatives within those 9 recommendations that identify ways to implement the Vibrant Neo 2040 recommendations. That includes action products, best practices, as well as real life examples that have happened in the past 15, 20 years. So this vision and framework provides a toolkit and includes priorities as well as indicators to utilize while analyzing the progress. So Vibrant Neo, NEOSC has adopted the Vibrant Neo moniker to sort of simplify and make a clear vision for what the organization is. And so it's built up of stakeholders throughout the region, MPOs and other public health and transportation agencies. And what they do is they assist, assemble, and advocate. So Vibrant Neo can help local governments maximize opportunities for smart land use and management of government efficient services. They assemble stakeholders to build consensus and catalyze coordinated actions to address land use and challenges of government efficiency, and they advocate for smart land policies, financial incentives, and government efficiency with lawmakers across Northeast Ohio. Some of the actions that the group has taken, they currently, or they in 2022 applied for a Brownfields revolving loan fund from the US EPA that has been active, and I don't believe that it has come to this committee at least recently, but the revolving loan fund, which I will get to in a little bit, has a coalition between NOACA and Vibrant Neo, where we have funds available to loan out and provide sub-grants and forgivable loans for brownfields remediation projects. Another form of action has been forums. So the Vibrant Neo group has held forums for mayors and other public leaders in partnership with Cleveland State University and First Suburbs Consortium to present, annual policy updates as well as opportunities for these cities and communities to collaborate with each other and ultimately learn from each other. And then there is the Vibrant Neo Champion Awards, which is an annual award celebration that recognizes communities and organizations that have implemented or are in the process of implementing projects that align with the Vibrant Neo 2040 vision and framework. So the policy committee is encouraged to review the recommendations within the Vibrant Neo 2040 vision and framework, as Grace mentioned, to see where NOACA can align its efforts or reintroduce efforts that could, align with the eNeo 2050 as well as the Vibrant Neo 2040. And there is a guidebook, which I did bring several copies of, and it just gives a little bit more detail into the planning process and the recommendations. It's over on the table where with the bagels and refreshments are. So those of you are, I encourage anyone to grab a copy on their way out. And of course, you can reach out if you have any questions or would like to learn more.
Thank you, Jason. Does anyone have any comments or questions for Jason? Mayor Blackwell.
I have a piece of paper. I've been writing notes. Good morning. There's a lot there, quite inspiring. But I'd like to get some more clarification. There's conversation about transportation. Will this be revised given the pending proposed RTA cuts? There is discussion about a lot that we can do. I'm wondering if there is going to be an identification of sharing or grant funding to support all of those opportunities. And number three, under preserve and protect natural resources. We are inundated with information. We're a PCFO community, climate action, NOPEC. It's hard to manage all the people that are reaching out to the city for us to do all of this climate action. And I got my annual report. There's things I should be doing and how much load's coming from city buildings. So is there some assistance, or is there's going to be some connection with this Vibrant Neo 2040 to help us promote, to get through all of that, to understand the language, the vocabulary, the action. And then the slide on promotion and collaboration. Is there an action plan? Those are all great bullet points. And then implementation. And then lastly, what's an example of a Vibrant Neo Champion Award? Give me an example, who won it and how you win it and how you get in the game. So there's a lot there, but it's just bullet points. I'm trying to, I'm trying to visualize it, and how does this all end up being something we can implement, I walk away with, and I've got this tool, because there's so much coming at us. And especially for communities who are dealing with so many things and we wear so many hats. It seems like a laundry list. So we're not going to get there today, but I would hope that future presentations or smaller group committee meetings breaks this down in bite-sized pieces, that I've got a time, I can go back to my office and there's a timeline of when I can do this, or a person I can call, and then I can check off my, did that. It's just, what's the roadmap for all that was presented here today? But I really do want to know, give me an example of a Vibrant Neo champion. Who won? How do you win? How do you compete?
Mayor Blackwell, thank you for those questions. And I agree with you as a mayor and most of the mayors around the table. We are inundated with a lot of that information. So I'm going to turn it over to Grace, if you can help explain that.
So those are all very good points, and I appreciate.
Can we go back to that slide with those 8 things?
Yep.
So we can kind of walk through. Thank you, great presentation. 8 objectives. Well, let's go to the themes.
Yeah. So.
Sure, and I can re-clarify if you have any questions on a specific one or recommendation.
So
she knows me. I have a lot of questions. She knows what I'm after.
And right. And so first I'm going to say I appreciate your comments about this being inspirational. I think that was one of the outcomes, is to give us some inspiration in how we would like to see the region in the future. And I call this the mega region because it's 12 counties. So let me start at the high level. This was an initiative at the federal level. We competed for it and received the grant. It was intended to be a 2-part process. One part was you win the grant to develop a plan. We did that. The second part was to have funding for implementation of the items that are outlined in the plan. The second part never happened at the federal level. So they did not provide funding for the implementation of the plan. There was a change in administration and they went in a different direction. So what we have tried to do in lieu of having federal funding to actually directly implement any of these things is to ensure that we are partnering with local communities who, by the way, are the only ones who have the jurisdiction to move some of these initiatives forward. Even with federal money, it would be the local jurisdictions that would accept that money and implement some of the recommendations. So we are continuing to try and identify areas in the document that can be implemented and advanced. We, at the MPO level, so we have 4 MPOs at the MPO level, and there's also a 5th COG, Council of Government. They're not an MPO, but they have environmental and economic development activities within their Council of Government that covers 2 MPOs, Akron and Cantons within there. But all of us really look at it and say, how does this align with our plans and our programs? If you look at our long-range plan, we have aligned our long-range plan with the themes and the objectives, the recommendations, when it makes sense for our 5-county region. Sometimes it may not, and particularly when you're talking about some of the outer counties, like let's say Ashtabula or Wayne, or they have different needs than we do in Cuyahoga or Lake or Lorraine. And so the idea was to have a menu and pick things from the menu to implement. Some of the things can get funding through other programs at the federal level. Some of the things that NOACA has undertaken have directly been supported through this plan and perhaps even given us that inspiration. For example, the Brownfields Revolving Loan Program that we will be talking about next gets its inspiration from this plan that allowed us to work with US EPA and Vibrant Neo to move forward on that. So Jason will get into that in the next presentation. When we talk about things that we're working on, we have at NOACA, per federal legislation and what we're authorized to do, support the transportation initiatives identified in Vibrant Neo. So for example, the one on public transportation we take seriously. So NOACA has continued to fund public transportation to the extent we're able to with the funding streams that we have. We understand your concern about recent cuts at the GCRTA here in Cuyahoga County. That is concerning. And that is something that we need to look at as a bigger picture. But I guess I'll say Vibrant Neo at this point does not have funding to implement. We need to integrate it into the work that we do. Another area that NOACA took lead from Vibrant Neo and moved forward with is the development of a comprehensive economic development strategy. So that was something that NOACA previously did not do, but there was a huge gap in the region. What we found was that some of the other areas like Akron and Canton and Youngstown had comprehensive economic development strategies. We did not. So we put one together and are helping different entities throughout the region access EDA funding. So that's what we're working on. Your specific question about what is a champion is an individual who has led in the region the charge to go in the, has led the charge to advance the concepts in Vibrant Neo. As an example, Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur was one recipient, as she not only helped get the original funding, but has continuously helped provide funding across different parts of the region. And so that was one of the recipients. Another recipient was the executive director of Western Creek Land Conservancy. I think that was, so those are the kind of folks, or actually that was, I'm sorry, I'm wrong on that. It was Big Creek,
No, West Creek.
West Creek.
Conservancy, yeah.
Thank you. All right. But yes, it was a land conservancy organization. So those are the kind of folks. We've also had, I think, foundations. So executive directors or leaders in the foundation world, Cleveland Foundation, that has championed a lot of these initiatives. So those are examples. And the process is an annual process, and it starts with nominations. We do make that public. Nominations are received by or from anyone to the Vibrant Neo board. That should happen later in the summer, Jason, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
This spring, summer, the call for entry should be released very
Yep.
soon.
So we'll put that out. We'll make sure that we announce it at the NOACA board level and provide more information there.
Can you speak on preserve and protect natural resources with all that we're getting from PCFO, Melanie Nutter from the Cuyahoga County, NOPEC? Can you speak to how this board and this information and this theme is being addressed and how that it then becomes something useful to the board members?
So as you know, NOACA does not have much jurisdiction over land use or land conservancy. So at NOACA, we really don't get involved in that much in that particular objective. That being said, the Vibrant Neo board does look at these issues. The current co-chairs are two former Cuyahoga County mayors, and they work across many entities with Jason to look at these.
Who are they, Grace?
Mayor Summers, former Mayor Summers of Lakewood, and former Mayor
Lycan or Shaker Heights?
Pittsburgh, Lycan, right. And they work with Jason to advocate for many of the things that you're talking about, but that we can get more information, more detail to bring back to you on that, but that really becomes a function of the Vibrant Neo board.
Yes, Bonnie?
So, what's our obligation? And we had the initial grant. Have we fulfilled the grant? And if we're still continuing to work on this, how are we funding that?
Vibrant Neo was funded through the grant that Jason mentioned through HUD in partnership with USDOT and EPA. We completed the plan in 2015, was adopted by the board in 2015, and we went through the federal audit as NOACA, not as Vibrant Neo, because NOACA was the grant applicant, and NOACA needed to be the fiduciary agent. So we completed the audit without any findings and closed the grant out. So it is complete. Any work that is done on Vibrant Neo now must be done through various sources of funding, particularly around the development of our long-range plan at NOACA, same with the other organizations that participate. This is part of ensuring that our NOACA long-range plan is in alignment with the overall region. We don't spend much time on it anymore. As I noted, there isn't specific funding available for this. So we don't spend too much time on it. And we only spend funds for projects when the projects support NOACA initiatives, but also align with Vibrant Neo.
Thank you. And you answered part of my question. You keep circling back to if it's in line with NOACA's objectives, and I kind of wonder, why does this even exist if we kind of always go back to the NOACA initiatives? It seems like, we're trying to coordinate with other agencies who are probably circling back to their initiatives. So we're all Hello? All right, there we go. I'm questioning whether this organization is even necessary if we all continue to circle back to what NOACA's initiatives are. Is there redundancy, or is this, we have no funding, there's, what's the real purpose of it? And are we, just wasting people's time?
Well, certainly we can and have in the past brought that up at the Vibrant Neo organizational level. So Vibrant Neo is its own 501c organization, and it does include multi jurisdictions, as it did when we first began. We talked about closing Vibrant Neo down. That was a very thorough discussion that was had. The decision was to keep it moving forward in the hopes that funding would come. At this point, it might be prudent for us to look at it again, since now we're, I think, 2 administrations later, and the funding still has not come. The advantage of it is that it doesn't cost much money to move it forward. Organizations, and actually some people pay dues, and it's a very small amount of funds that are spent. I think NOACA dues are $1,500, so really not much more than in fact, a lot less than some of the other organizations we participate in. The advantage is bringing people from across the mega region together to unite on doing things together. For example, maintaining relationships with our MPOs, as an example. When we had to do the interchange at Miller Road, which was a NOACA-led initiative, we could not move forward until the Akron MPO, AMATS, agreed to widen 77 in Summit County. The kinds of relationships that we have and built help in those kinds of necessary part of our work. So it's really about the collaboration and relationships. And I think what has been talked about is maybe making it smaller to match the NOACA footprint, because we are probably the region that has the most engagement, although there still is engagement from all 12 of the counties. But it's a point that is fair, and we will take that back to the Vibrant Neo board.
When was the time frame that you talked about abolishing the Vibrant Neo?
We talked about it probably twice. First time was shortly after the completion of the 2015 report, and trying to determine what our next steps would be. And part of the funding went to hire a consultant to determine what the future of the organization would look like. At that point, administrations changed. So the decision was made to keep it intact until the next administration to see if it would change. At that time, we had some hope because in that following administration, the former HUD director that gave us this grant, or I'm sorry, not the former HUD director, the former agency HUD who gave us this grant now had Marcia Fudge, who was a former congresswoman in Northeast Ohio, as the secretary. So we were having some very positive communications about reinstituting the program. That, of course, at this time did not materialize either. And so it probably is a good time to have the conversation again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Any other comments? John?
Yeah, just curious, are AMAT, SCATs, and Eastgate also members, and are they paying membership dues, or is it just NOACA?
No. So the other MPOs, I don't recall who's updated on dues, but NEFCO, which is the, what does that stand for? Four county organization that is Akron, Canton, with Stark and
I think Summit, Stark.
There are four counties. They are
Wayne.
the ones who represent or ensure that representation is there for the Akron and Canton. And so right now, it has been fluid. I think NOACA and Eastgate have been the ones who have carried much of the water, along with NEFCO, who represents Akron and Canton.
Mary?
Thank you. I'm gonna do this one. Thank you. And I think these themes obviously sit well with us in a lot of different respects. I guess my concern of the 12 county area is, Cuyahoga County's loss is Lorraine's gain, or it's Lake County's gain, and go on and keep going and keep going. So with 12 counties, I think that strengthening established communities would be a much different agenda for NOACA and Cuyahoga County versus, and the surrounding counties of Lorraine versus the continued growth outward. So I think to Bonnie's point, maybe it's just if those dues, I looked at the website when you were going through your presentation. I mean, it's so outdated. Like, to think that we're continuing to pay a membership, then we're not really getting out of it. And I know you said it's not that much, but I just feel like everyone's agendas must be very different out of those 12 counties in terms of what they want to see in growth and in the transportation, and just all of those themes. So I've had, conversations with Mayor Summers and Lycan years ago about it. I just haven't really heard anything about it. And so I just feel like if the grant's done and there's not really a consistent theme of we're going to actually focus on not continuing to sprawl and really try and make sure we have funding for the established communities already, then I don't know, like, how, what is the goal for the group?
So I would say, with or without the organization existing, the plan is still very important and very relevant. And we did spend $5 million of taxpayer funds to develop that plan. And I think we owe it to them to continue to work towards that plan rather than leaving it on a shelf. So I think that piece of it, I think is important. Whether the organization still exists is a different conversation. And I think that is one that perhaps needs to be had.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. I mean, the plan was a humongous effort. I mean, it's got some really good information, but I just, again, from 2015, data has changed significantly. And if there's not a constant update of the information, because there's no funding to do it, which I understand.
Right.
I think we've just, it's a goal, it was a goal, but it's just at this point, the organization isn't doing the heavy lift of advancing the
Right.
plan.
Yeah, at the time, the plan actually received the Daniel Burnham Award for a comprehensive plan from the American Planning Association. That's the highest planning award you can receive in our world. And so it certainly is a plan that's worthy of continuing to work from. It's just a matter of, will we have the funding to update it? Not sure if we will ever have the funding at this point to update it. Jason mentioned that we took that 12 county data and we broke it down to the individual counties. So we have a Vibrant Neo report or plan for each of the 12 counties. So perhaps each county that wants to update their county, we could work with them to do that. So there's still a lot of things we can think about, but I do think some of the things that are brought up today are very valid.
Thank you, Mary. Great point. Very good. Ben?
I was gonna ask, Grace, since we're kind of giving you direction here, would you like us to vote on a course of action for you to support you in your endeavors?
No, at this time, I think the most appropriate action is to bring it to the board of the Vibrant Neo. As I said, they are their own organization. They stand alone. We are their treasurer, their fiduciary agent. And I will acknowledge that a lot of what NOACA has done over the last number of years is to facilitate the organization, keeping it on life support in case additional funding came through, and to keep the inspiration alive of the themes are good. The themes haven't changed, and I don't think they will change. But some of the details around the organization we'll talk about.
Thank you, Grace. Annie?
Thank you. What entity does NOACA pay dues to? Like, what entity is that landing with?
Vibrant Neo.
So is that a 501c3?
It is.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a 3, but it's a 501c something.
Jason? More information? Oh, do we have any more comments? Yes, Mayor.
What are the dues that we pay? What's the amount?
$1,500
A month, a year?
a year.
A year.
Yes, Annie.
Just another question along those lines. So is that supporting activities of the board? Because Vibrant, they don't have paid staff, or what is it actually, what do the dues support?
It supports activities such as the awards ceremony, such as other things that, need to be done throughout the year. And, if helpful, I think maybe we should have Mayor Lycan or Mayor Summers, or both of them, come and speak to the policy committee so they can give you the perspective from the Vibrant Neo organization that they lead.
Yes, Mayor.
Just one more. Are the board members paid directly for their time on the board?
No.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. So the report says there are 33 organizations, if you pick up one of these, and it's also on the website. So each of those member organizations designates an individual. That's how they become a member on the board, and they are then active with the board.
That is correct. However, the 33 individuals was the original board for NEOSC. It has transitioned to Vibrant Neo board, which has 30 members.
And they each pay the same dues.
They do not. Dues are based on a scale, I think, of your organization's budget or population or something like that. And then there are organizational dues and individual dues. So some organizations pay and they represent they appoint someone to represent them on the board. In some cases, they're individuals, for example, retired mayors, and they pay an individual amount.
Is there an annual report produced?
There is not an annual report produced to my.
There's nothing we could turn to about actions that have been taken or initiatives that are being planned? And
You know,
maybe
again,
this is
I-
better, you suggested they come
Yeah, I
to
think,
policy.
yeah.
I mean, this is the framework, but today, what does this look like?
Well, and I think to points that have been made earlier.
Yeah.
The organization, I don't think was ever expected to deliver on the items. That was always to be done at the local level. In fact, some of you may recall that that was a very, very big issue with many folks that we were working with at the time of developing this plan. The Tea Party folks, and in fact, that's how I became acquainted with Skip Claypool, were really against this plan because they believed that the organization was going to dictate these actions. That isn't what we did. We made it a menu, and there were a lot of actions that if you are interested, if your community believes it will benefit, these are the direction we'd like you to go, and here are some specific recommendations you can take, but it was extremely voluntary. When I say that the federal government was going to come up with implementation money to fund, it was never to go to the organization. It was always to go to the local communities.
But, so there's a role to advance, correct, to be an advocate.
Correct.
I mean, there is a role for that board, even though projects are implemented, initiatives are implemented at the local level.
Yes, and I think that's exactly the way the mayors probably would present it. I know the mayors have gone to Mayors and Managers Association to make presentations and other organizations. And I think advocacy and information sharing about the plan is a lot of what has been focused on, post-planning.
We have used it in grant applications. So some of the things that are set forth in the plan, we mention them and say they align. And I don't know if we get extra points for that. or-
That's an interesting point. That's another reason why we kept the organization alive for a long time, is it did matter. You got extra points. We have letterhead that would give you a letter of support, and that would count for something. Again, at this point, we should look into how valid that really is, sometimes. But that was, again, why we kind of kept it moving along.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Great comments, great discussion. Jason, do you want to continue? Or are you done?
I think that covers it. The next presentation does, as Grace mentioned, the Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund does provide an example of something that Vibrant Neo has taken action on to advance, the mission. But I think that I welcome the comments and am happy to provide more at a future meeting.
Kiddo. Thanks, Jason. All right, next up is
Also, Jason.
also, go ahead.
Also, Jason will do the next presentation.
Oh, go ahead, do the next presentation, Jason.
Okay, so this presentation is on the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund. There is no action being requested at this time. It's for information only, and there is no previous action. So as we just went through the vision and framework. The third recommendation that came out of the planning study was to pursue the remediation, assembly, marketing, and redevelopment of abandoned properties at both the local and regional level. Part of the original study included data from the Greater Ohio Policy Center that every $1 spent on brownfield remediation results in $4.67 in economic activity. And the GOPC also just recently released a white paper on the benefits of brownfields in Ohio's communities. This white paper examined that the over 600 or 700 million that was awarded on a state level between 2022 and 2024 for the brownfields remediation program made the case that allocating additional funds to the statewide Ohio grant program to be continued. And to date, the fund has granted 659 million to over 600 projects. And so that as a state level funding has been widely successful over the past couple of years. And part of why Vibrant Neo wanted to pursue a revolving loan fund is to essentially support that. Because brownfield cleanups are very complicated, and this fund can be viewed as sort of a bridge between those funding gaps. Excuse me. So it was 2022. Vibrant Neo approached NOACA to jointly apply for a revolving loan fund grant from the US EPA, and they were awarded $1 million to start the RLF. 1 million was, I believe, the cap of the grant amount. So hence why, we didn't go for more. However, there has been annual supplemental funding, which NOACA and Vibrant Neo were awarded an additional $1 million in 2024 and $750,000 in 2025. So part of the grant what required by US EPA was to create a memorandum of agreement between NOACA and Vibrant Neo to essentially establish a coalition. So NOACA is the fiscal agent for the RLF and the grant funds, but part of the benefit of partnering with Vibrant Neo is that this funding can be available throughout the full 12 county region, therefore causing a greater regional impact. The review process, so part of the memorandum of agreement was that a brownfield steering committee needed to be created. And this steering committee structure was approved by both the NOACA Board of Directors and Vibrant Neo Board of Directors. And the membership, I'll actually get to in the next slide, but essentially any funding recommendation or structural recommendation goes through this approval process. So the Brownfield Steering Committee reviews the information and makes recommendations, and those recommendations are presented to the NOACA Finance and Audit Committee for placement on the NOACA Board of Directors agenda. And the steering committee's recommendations are also presented to the Vibrant Neo Board of Directors. Ultimately, as fiscal agent, NOACA does have the final say and final approval of any funding or structural recommendations. So the steering committee is made up of 29 members, 3 non-voting members. That is that's NOACA, NEFCO, and Eastgate, the 3 sort of umbrella MPO agencies. But the steering committee is made up of elected officials and subject matter experts. They are the membership, which was approved by the NOACA board, I believe is based on percentage of population in the region. And I'm sorry, I don't have the exact breakdown per MPO region, but the proportions of members are based on that. The steering committee is charged with supporting sustainable and equitable economic development. They review applications through the objective selection criteria defined in the MOA. They conduct due diligence on loan applicants and recommend projects to the boards of directors for approval. So loans are available to both private and public entities, but only nonprofits and governmental agencies are eligible for any forgivable loans or subgrants. The steering committee up to this point has not considered any subgrants or forgivable loans because they want to ensure that the pot of funds is built up before they, are willing to subgrant any money out. They want to make sure that there's a steady flow of money that's available for future projects. And eligibility for the program is based on US EPA requirements. The most important one, of course, is to indicate that the applicant is not a potentially responsible party for the contamination of the site. And the funds are only available for remediation, so not for assessment or demo. However, again, as mentioned previously, this money is viewed to be utilized as a support to state funding and other funding, which the state does provide funding for assessment and demo. And so this funding can sort of help with the remediation aspect where they, may not receive full funding from the state. The selection criteria, there are several indicators within the application that that provide, information for the steering committee to make its recommendations. But some of the main criteria to circle back to Vibrant Neo are the Vibrant Neo designated asset risk area and strategic reinvestment area. So asset risk area is an area with declining population and jobs, but a high density of community assets and existing infrastructure that would support reinvestment and future population growth. And a strategic reinvestment area is one with stable or growing population, as well as those high density of assets and infrastructure. And then, of course, with the economic development aspect, job creation is an important factor when reviewing applications. The steering committee recommended and both boards approved a set of standard loan terms and conditions, including 10-year repayment, 0% interest, 20% match from borrower, and collateral from private entities. However, the term flexibility has been encouraged by US EPA because, of course, brownfields are very difficult projects and very complex in terms of the projects themselves. So there has been a lot of term flexibility, which I can touch base on in this next slide as we look at projects that have been approved so far. So we do have 4 approved loans in the MLK Plaza site in the city of Cleveland. Actually, all 4 of these are in the city of Cleveland. The Cuyahoga Land Bank has a property at East 93rd and Lacey. That's in the Kinsman Union neighborhood. The Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund, which is also involved in the Lacey project, but they applied for this loan separately for the 7,000 Central site. And then the last approved loan is for the Midtown Loft site, which is the former Dave's site on, I believe, Payne Avenue. So some examples of how we have been flexible with some of the loan terms. The MLK Plaza and Midtown Loft sites are both proposed affordable housing projects. And so part of working with them and their current capital stack, they have various other loans, but in particular, low-income housing tax credits, which have longer longer terms for those. And so what we did was we worked with them and our financial consultant to get extended loan terms approved in order to be coterminous with those other loans. So that helps them with their finances to make sure that loans are paid back equitably throughout the full term of the loan. And another sort of amendment that we have implemented is including interest on the loans, but making the loan term repayment interest-only payments during the construction period, and that, you know, similarly helps throughout their development process. So there is a complex nature of financing with these that we and our financial consultant have tried to work with each applicant to ensure that that our finances fit within their project and ultimately the success of their project. So the revolving loan fund has received a total of $2,750,000 from US EPA. Of that, 1 million, a little over 1.4 million has been encumbered for loans. And the nature of these funds are on a reimbursement basis. So NOACA doesn't hold the grant funding, US EPA does. And as projects and expenses occur, we then request reimbursement from US EPA to disperse those funds. However, once a loan goes out and is repaid, it does go into a separate account that would then be able to revolve into new projects. So NOACA staff continue to work with Vibrant Neo members to develop and promote the RLF program. Just some, examples of training purposes. NOACA staff plan to attend a RLF workshop, which is being held by Grow America. Grow America is a consultant that US EPA retained to be technical assistance specifically for RLF programs. I have participated in several events by them, and it is a great resource because one of their key objectives is to connect different RLF programs to each other. And as we've continued to develop our application and process, it has been very valuable to learn from what other RLF programs are doing throughout the country. And then we also attend the annual Ohio Brownfields Conference, which this year is being held in Westerville, just outside of Columbus. So what we're, I guess, asking or opening to this committee is discussion on how to further develop the program awareness and advocate for continuation of funding at a federal and state level. And so as, I guess, to my point, as I mentioned, we do have 4 approved loans, but they're all within the city of Cleveland, and obviously throughout Northeast Ohio, there's an abundance of brownfields. So looking for ways to grow the program and make sure that folks all throughout the region are aware and have the information to submit applications.
Thank you, Jason, for the presentation. Mary.
All right, it was really helpful information because I know we haven't talked about it a lot lately, but I was curious if there's a threshold of dollar value when it would trigger the reimbursable loans. Is there like a goal that we're trying to get that pot up to before we start doing I'm saying it wrong, refundable loans?
So the steering committee ultimately wants to ensure that there's always at least $1 million available for loans. And so so the supplemental funding certainly helps, but we have been lucky enough to get projects approved. So we are, below that available funding amount. But one of the, and this is, part of the awareness and development. One thing that US EPA has indicated is that if you are proving to be a successful RLF in terms of getting cleanups completed as well as building up a pipeline, if we're able to show that we have projects lined up, they are almost always going to give us more funding. And so one of the things that we are sort of, I guess, not lacking, but have a need for is building an inventory, one, as well as identifying potential projects that we can have lined up, whether they're ready now or if they are, you know, in the beginning stages of building their capital stack. If we can kind of have projects in the queue, it ups our chances for more funding and therefore more opportunities to provide subgrants and forgivable loans.
Yes.
I was surprised that you not exhausted the funds already, given the amount of brownfield demand there is out there. And I'm wondering whether we've looked at the state brownfield awards and kind of followed up with any of those projects to see if they need additional loan resources to get across the finish line.
That is definitely something that we have explored, and there are, I think that it may have been different this year, but in the past years, those funds are channeled through the county land banks. And we do have members on the steering committee from county land banks that we have tried to work with. Part of the complexity of this is, you know, the US EPA, it does have federal requirements that are very strict and can be an obstacle for projects if, you know, say, I know one of the big ones is prevailing wages with the Davis-Bacon Act. If part of a project is funded with this, those prevailing wages are apply throughout the remainder of the project. So that's a big burden. But one of the other things that is a large obstacle is determining the potential responsible party. And one of the main ways that we do that through the eligibility determination is that entities that are applying for the funds, if they are the owner of the property, they need to have gotten a phase 1 assessment completed and or updated within 6 months of them acquiring the property. And so that is something that we've come across at least a couple of projects where, you know, that's probably not on their mind. They acquire the property and then they get the assessment done to see what the status of it is. And so they just miss out based on that. So part of it is, I think, really understanding the eligibility requirements of this and getting that out sort of before these projects are being considered. So that's, I know that is one of the things that we have run into is the timing of the phase 1, as well as the federal requirements that are tied with this funding.
Yeah.
Jason, Grace wants to add something.
Yeah, Mr. Epstein, to your question, we actually did at one point exhaust the entire fund. We had 2 loans, one for $500,000 and one for $1 million that did not move forward. So we had the $500,000 that was for the city of Middleburg Heights, who was able to get state funds and gave us the money back. And then the other $1 million was with the city of Akron. And there was an issue with their project as well. So we did not move forward because we had it pretty much sold out. We even decided not to spend our marketing dollars that we have because we had no need for it. Clearly now we do have a need to better advertise that we have the program and that various jurisdictions are eligible. And in relationship to the state program, this is allowable as the local match. So that's really the advantage of this one. And that would be the reason we should contact all of the folks, even as they're applying for the state funds, that they could use this as a matching fund.
Thank you, Grace. Mayor Blackwell.
I'll be brief because we're at time, but I'm looking at this strategic investment areas and then lining this up with program awareness and development. the city of Maple Heights is even on here. So as I look at asset risk areas, declining population is an issue. So stable growth. So this, and I'm looking at these areas, cost risk areas. And so if you have a declining population, an insufficient tax base, it says community assets should be targeted to leverage community assets to grow the population's job and tax base. And if you're in a cost risk area, you're at risk of facing costs or be unable to absorb. So my question is, there are winners and losers with this, because the cities that are asset risk areas and cost risk areas to change this description are in most needs of these dollars. So I'm just sitting here going, how could a city like Maple Heights not, or East Cleveland, I don't see East Cleveland on here, but I see Parma and some other areas. I don't understand how this is strategic, equitable. How do we move forward? How do we benefit? So you can keep us aware and develop and advocate, but we're not even in this area to win. I'm confused.
Grace, do you want to comment? And I do want to be respectful of everyone's time. Grace?
Yeah, I mean, those are the details, I think, of the Vibrant Neo report that you're looking at. I know the consultants spent significant time looking at a number of data points. I can't speak to why individual communities are not on that map, but it may only be that they're not visually presented on the map, but the data was there to support that. I really can't speak to that. I can certainly look into it for you.
Thank you, Grace. Jason, any more to add?
I don't think so. Thank you.
All right, any more comments for Jason? Yes.
Yeah, we run at Medina County, we run the Brownfield program through the Port Authority, and we've secured right around $6 million in the last 3 years for projects through our Port Authority, including for the city of Wadsworth, a little over $2 million in a competitive grant round. My question would be, of the 4 projects just in the city of Cleveland, how many applications were there among a 12-county region? Can we see where those were and what the strategic reason for picking those 4 projects were? And I fear that having such a low dollar amount or wanting to keep a reserve in that RLF is going to prevent certain projects from qualifying. Of the projects that we've submitted, almost all have been more than $500,000, and I presume would not qualify. As you know, brownfield remediation projects are much more than that. So that would be that'd be my comment. And if we could see where those applications were from and the decisions how they were made to pick those 4 projects, that'd be great.
All
You
right.
can certainly send that out following this meeting.
Thank you, Grace. Next up are reports and updates. We have no reports or updates, no old business, no new business. Can I have a motion for approval? Motion for adjournment. Second, all in favor? All right, our next meeting will be Friday, July the 10th at 10 o'clock. Thank you, guys.
been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions taken during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. The member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. Microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. Thank you. First item is the minutes from the January 30th meeting. Were there any questions or corrections? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the minutes? So moved by Mr. Cunningham, second by Councilman Slife. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved. Did I miss something? No. Oh. Sorry. Next up is subcommittee updates and reports. The first one is the Air Quality Subcommittee. The meeting summary was in the packet. Is there any other updates from Chair David Hearn? Seeing none. Transportation Subcommittee, Chair Rob Duncan. Again, the report was in your packet. Any additional information or reports? Seeing none. Next item is Water Quality Subcommittee, Chair Jeremy Cinco. The meeting summary was in the packet. Are there any additional updates? Seeing none. We don't have to adopt those, do we? Nope. Okay. So next item is public comment on the agenda items. We do have Mayor Orcutt is here. Mayor Brook Park to speak. You have 3 minutes to comment on an agenda item. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gale. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mayor Edward Orcutt from the city of Brook Park, 6161 Angle Road. This morning, I just wanted to give a brief update on our offsite parking for this project. We've made a lot of progress with this portion of our project. Currently, right now, we have identified all parking within 1 mile, and that is currently at 22,800 parking spots, which of the 22,000, 15,000, over 15,000 of them have been identified as an 80% potential from meeting with the different business owners that are interested in entertainment parking. Overall, we do have another number as well too that would include shuttles. We have 8,000 parking spots that we could potentially have that would be included for shuttling. Out of those, we have identified over 6,100 parking spots in our 80% calculations for that. Furthermore, we are also here to talk a little bit about the pedestrian pathways that we have. Buildable units in your packet 1 through 6 include upgrades to a majority, I'll say 90% of the pedestrian pathways in and around the stadium and in Brook Park. There is $2,100,000 worth of upgrades that the city of Brook Park is going to be making on the north end of Angle Road and Brook Park Road. For anybody that has been following the news in Brook Park, we are working on a piece of legislation with City Council where the Haslam Sports Group and the city of Brook Park have agreed on a sales tax exemption in lieu of paying for $24,800,000 to the city of Brook Park, which would backtrack to January of 2026, and those payments would go through June of 2029. That money, nearly $25 million, will be utilized to make the infrastructure upgrades to the sidewalks that Brook Park would be identified as taking care of those. So just want to let you know, we've made a lot of progress over the last couple of months with this. We're very excited about this project, and it is very imperative that we share with you that it is very important and that we are seeking the opportunity to be on the long-range plan, and we would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Orcutt. We appreciate the update and the information. That was it for public comment. Very good. Next item is the Chair or Executive Director's report. I do not have a report since I just was asked to chair this yesterday, but we'll turn it to Grace Galucci for a director's report.
No, I do not have a report either. Let's get right to the business.
Right to the business. All right. Next item are action items. And the first item is public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park. Do I need to read? I don't need to read the numbers, do I? Plan amendment, and I will turn, do you have any comments before I start? Turn it right to Ed May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm presenting the public infrastructure improvements in the city of Brook Park as a plan amendment, and I will proceed here. The action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park for fourth quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan amendment to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for 2026. With respect to previous action regarding this proposed project and its amendment to the plan, project planning review was approved by the board with conditions and recommendations, and was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. This slide illustrates our process. I just want to remind people that project review is what evaluates a proposed project in its early planning stages and assesses how it aligns with the plan. And we use project review, that is the staff and committees, to evaluate these projects and identify any issues or conditions to be addressed prior to advancement to the TIP. The action taken here at the project review stage is that the project has completed or fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with no active planning requirements, which enables that project to be amended to the plan. Conditions of approval must be or are being addressed, as are the recommendations the mayor shared with you just a minute ago by the project sponsor, with evidence of such provided. This slide actually highlights the amendment to the plan. Again, project review establishes the project's eligibility and enables it to be amended to the plan. I will then here move on just to share that an amendment is a revision to the TIP or plan involving a major change, primarily the addition of a project. Then there are other circumstances where there are modifications or revisions to a project currently programmed in the TIP, and that's something like advancement of a project from the plan or the addition of a project phase, a change in cost, a change in design or scope, or perhaps the removal of a project. These actions do require public review and comment and a demonstration of fiscal constraint. And in the case of non-exempt or regionally significant projects, it must have an air quality conformity determination. Also, ultimately resulting in a board action. So the project to be amended to the plan is contained in your materials on page 21 in your packet. I'll run through it quickly here. This shows the plan amendment listing the infrastructure improvements in the city of Brook Park, supporting new mixed-use development and a stadium. It includes modifications to the I-71 and Snow Road interchange, including a new I-71 ramp bridge, new perimeter roadway and intersections with Snow Road, pavement removals and access modifications to 5 Points Road, additional pavement and pedestrian improvements to Engle Road and Snow Road, and also a new pedestrian bridge. So project planning review was approved by the board in March, Resolution 2026-016, subject to conditions and recommendations. The conditions were upon further study and development of infrastructure proposals related to communities outside of Brook Park and within the influence area, and also recommendations referenced regarding parking and pedestrian studies. So the project sponsor it must comply with any conditions or recommendations that occurred out of project review and were contained in the resolution. And as was just demonstrated by the mayor, provide evidence of such and the progress that is being made towards that. NOACA is working with the city to review what were identified areas of concern. It's a little difficult to see here. What we had generated was West 150th Street and West 130th Street, both between Brook Park Road and the I-480 westbound exit ramps. Also, an area on Engle Road at the north end of the development site. State Route 237 at Snow Road. Snow Road from Connector Road to the I-71 northbound ramps. Also State Route 237 at Sheldon Road, and finally Bagley Road. These were areas that we had expressed concern, and now we are working with the sponsors to work through those. In accordance with the Federal Transportation Conformity Regulations, the planning process has determined that this project is a regionally significant project and as such requires a conformity determination. So NOACA is performing the required quantitative analysis demonstrating that emissions from vehicles traveling on the proposed improvements will not cause new air quality violations, nor will they worsen existing violations or delay any timely attainment of the national and ambient air quality standard. So we've conducted an interagency consultation with our planning partners, AMATS, ERPC, FHWA, and EPA, and documented and distributed the outcomes of that interagency consultation. The travel forecasting model for regional vehicle miles traveled has been run, and that's an input to the motor vehicle emissions simulator. And so that is in the works now, and we will then be comparing the emissions generated from that against the established state implementation plan budgets. So this is ongoing now and will be completed soon. Oh, I'm sorry, did I skip this? I'm sorry. Excuse me. So anyway, the cost of the proposed project being amended to the plan is $82.2 million. Funding is committed in a plan from non-NOACA funding sources for the project provided by FHWA and administered through ODOT. So next steps, with board approval, the amendment would be incorporated into the NOACA plan. And the project must have committed resources for its implementation in order to be added to the 4-year TIP. So with that, I would like to request the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park for fourth quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan and TIP amendment to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for June 2026.
Thank you, Mr. May. Can I have a motion for approval? So move to get Mr. Kleiber, and second, was that Mayor Corcoran? Thank you. And now discussion. Are there questions for Mr. May? Mary? Sorry, Director Serby?
That's okay. Thank you. And I just want to say thank you to the mayor for providing an update on the off-site parking. I just had a couple of questions. When we're looking at adding this to the long-range plan, those fiscal years are 2030 to 2050. And this project is slated to be complete in 2029. So I guess my question is there a plan that this would then amend to the TIP once they get additional funding?
Well, that would be the next action, would be to advance it from the plan to the TIP. And depending on, the issues being addressed satisfactorily, and, we would then the next action would be advancing it from the TIP. I don't want to commit to when it would happen, but I suspect it will be at the September board meeting, so.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then the second question I had was just on the on-site parking. I know this recently went in front of the City of Brook Park's Planning Commission, and there was concern that there was original commitment of 12,000 parking spaces on site. And then at that presentation, it was talked more about 8 to 9,000 spaces on site. So I guess my question is, the model was based on 12,000 on-site parking spots, and now we're talking about 3,000 cars that need to go somewhere else off-site and what that might do to the traffic implications.
I will ask Ali Makarachi to come forward to speak specifically to the modeling.
Thank you, Dr. Makarachi.
Good afternoon. Yes, the model was based on 12,000 for on-site. Now, if you change that 12,000 something less and put the parking somewhere, then the model is based on the origin destination. Those destinations change. Obviously, the traffic pattern is going to change. And the obvious action would be to rerun the model with a new data. And then we discuss with a consultant, with a area of concerns we had to look at the resolution for those, then run the model, then come back and then look at the results. But I think it's going to be less impact on the airports because of we are moving the cars to the east of the I-71. So, but still is not, the previous model run should be rerun and with a new data.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think just the other follow-up was the City Planning Commission approved it with the condition of providing 13,000 spots on site. So I don't know if the project applicant is appropriate to ask them if there is some plan to revise the site plan to accommodate even additional parking on that site at the request of their planning commission.
Yes, is there a member of the development team here that could speak to that?
Good afternoon. Ted Taiwong with Haslam Sports Group. So we don't have a definitive answer to that. We understand and share the focus on parking. So we're working through that with our consultants in consultation and direct regular collaboration with City of Brook Park and the Planning Commission, obviously the mayor and his team, but we're focused on it for sure.
Thank you. Yes. Director Procuri.
Yeah, I've got two questions. The first is the Transportation Subcommittee, as I understood it, had the engineering and environmental also on the tip, and now it's not on the tip. So I guess my first question was why that was moved from being on the tip to being moved to just on the long-range plan.
That was misrepresented. That would, should have been assigned to the long-range plan.
So, yeah, the funding for that was all local, so that it's fiscally constrained. So I guess my question would be why that wouldn't be on the tip. My second question was I guess ODOT was under the impression that this was going to be on the tip at the June meeting. What you're talking about now is really going to jeopardize the schedule. I just hope everybody understands that, as well as the project sponsor. The final tracings are currently planned for September 4th, and the plan package submittal to our central office for processing on October 1st. So I'm not sure how we reconcile that if it's not on the tip at the June board meeting.
Well, the environmental the issue at one point was the approval of the environmental document couldn't occur until it was amended to the plan. And with all the issues and concerns that there are still, it is premature to advance it to the 4-year fiscally constrained program. A, because it doesn't have an air quality conformity determination. And B, it doesn't have an identified source of funding, a committed source of funding. And these are things that preclude a project like this being advanced to the 4-year fiscally constrained tip. Those things must occur before we can advance it.
So I guess the air quality conformity is occurring right now, correct? And that has to be done in order for it to be on the long-range plan, which is what we're approving today. So in my mind, that's not that's a non-issue. As far as it being fiscally constrained, because it is a regionally significant project, it has to be on the tip regardless of where the funding, whether there's federal funding or not. Is that correct?
Well, actually, the source of funding can be, doesn't necessarily have to be represented in the tip, but in this case, for the purposes of ensuring that we exhaust all these concerns or address them sufficiently, it resides there. Now, it's my understanding now that there has been a considerable amount of planning work being done at this time, which can continue. It's just as this is represented here, it is for the sake of making certain that we can thoroughly address these concerns and have the assurance that it can move forward. So
I'll just go back to, I just wanted the project sponsor to be aware that the schedule that is currently proposed, I'm not sure how we reconcile that without it being approved to the tip for construction at the June board meeting.
Director Procuri, I don't, do you want to?
Yeah, as was discussed at the board meeting and previous meetings that we have had, the plan was expected to happen in June, right? So we approved the PPR in March. The plan was going to be June. And we said that when the funding would be identified, we would move it to the tip. And so that's why we have to wait until we have, I mean, we don't, at this point, my understanding is they only have $35 million of the $70 million construction cost identified through track, but the rest of it has not been identified.
Yeah, and I guess my point is NOACA working with the project sponsor to make them aware of that and make them aware of that if they don't have that information, then they're not going to beat on the tip in June, and that the project schedule is not going to be possible.
I think we've been having those open discussions with them, and I believe they've also attended every one of our board meetings and committee meetings, so I believe, yes, they are aware of that. And we will do, you know, what we need to do on our end to make sure it moves according to the schedule. Although I do ask, Director Procuri, I'm not sure I didn't understand your reference to October and why the September deadline would not work.
So in previous meetings, maybe not the most recent ones, but earlier ones, it was discussed that it would be approved on the tip in June. And then it started to change a little bit, but now we're kind of at that point. And according to our Ellis system that says when the project is supposed to be, it has all the scheduled dates of, you know, the project, how it progresses through the PDP process. The final tracings are currently scheduled for September 4th, and the plan package submitted to Columbus on October 1st. And that would be for a sale date on January 1st of 2027. And again, if it's not on the tip, prior to that, then I'm not sure how we reconcile that other than pushing the schedule out.
But if it were to be approved in September, would that not make it appropriate for an October 1 deadline? I realize it would be cutting it close.
It would be extremely close. I'd also bring up, you know, really the engineering should be on the tip while they're moving through the process because it is a project of regional significance.
Yeah, you know, we did discuss that internally. That was not discussed as part of the previous information that we brought to the board in terms of the PPR. We talked about the 6 buildable units for the $70 million. And with the planning, we've really not been engaged in that. And I know that they've already been working on it and have spent a significant amount of money, more than half of that. So I guess I'm not sure what would not move forward if it wasn't in the tip now as opposed to September.
For the engineering portion, I believe you can go up through environmental without being on the tip. Beyond that, it's supposed to be on the tip regardless of the funding because it's a project of regional significance. So I guess I just wanted to bring that up. And then again, we're talking about, plans being filed in September and then a plan package, PS&E package going down to Columbus on October 1st. There's some things that I'm not sure we're going to be able to reconcile. So that's why I guess I'm bringing it up.
No, thank you. The specifics about the engineer, I'm sorry, the engineering being requiring to be on the tip past environmental. We'll take a look at that because I was not aware of that explicit point. So we will take a look at it and see what we can do or what we need to do. Our objective is not to hold up the project.
And that portion of it is funded through local funds.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we've had a motion and a second. All those in favor of recommending this item to the Executive Committee for its consideration of placement on the June 26th Board of Directors agenda, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. I just make yes. One more comment to Director Procurian. Again, we can talk about this afterwards. One thing that we'll need to look at is if we're talking about nearly a $12 million addition into the tip for the engineering, they've already spent more than half of that. So I'm not sure how you put it into the tip now when they've already spent it. So we'll have to talk about that as well. Like, do we only put in whatever they need for post-environmental? So we need to talk about that.
Yeah, I think we can have further discussion on that. I believe the entire amount goes in. It's just up to a certain threshold, and off the top of my head, I don't know what that is. But there is a threshold at some point. It's maybe not necessarily the amount of money, but the development of the plans.
Yeah, again, we've not had this situation where it's already been spent and then added to the tip. So we do need to look at what the federal requirements say about that. Thank you. All right, very good. Next item is fourth quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan and tip amendments. And again, Mr. May.
Thank you. Yes, this covers the fourth quarter plan and tip amendments. Also covers plan and tip amendments. The action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend fourth quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan and tip amendments for items 6B1 through 15 to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for June 2026. These projects have gone through project review and are recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. I'll spare you this slide here since you saw it previously. Also, what an amendment is, we covered that. So I'll just say that the amendments include a new project associated with the Metro Health Line Bus Rapid Transit and projects currently programmed in the TIP that require a resolution. So these items are contained in your materials on pages 26 through 30. This slide contains a plan and tip amendment listing a project involving the replacement of a central bus dynamometer, a device that measures the output or driving torque of a rotating machine. And this is to meet demands of future hybrid vehicles. This is not requesting any NOACA funds. So the tip amendment also include projects currently programmed in the TIP. This slide lists amendments to projects programmed in the TIP. These do have some element of NOACA funding in them. This first one is a project to improve the ramps, lanes, and signals at the I-271 and Chagrin Boulevard interchange. This is a $15 million construction cost for which there is about $434,000 of SDBG funding. And then also what we see here is replacing the three-sided concrete box culvert over McCabe Creek in Chippewa and Lafayette Township. A new detailed design phase is being added to this. This too has some NOAC funding in it as well. This slide and the next slide lists amendments to projects currently programmed in the TIP. These projects are not requesting NOAC funds or programmed with NOAC funds. Here we have a bridge project involving the Hope Memorial Bridge over the Cuyahoga River Valley, to which a new right-of-way phase is being added. Then we have repairs to the Brook Park Road Bridge over the Rocky River Valley in Fairview Park, involving additional funding for the construction phase, increasing the cost by 57%, which exceeds the change in cost thresholds. Also shown here is the cancellation of 3 transit projects, a GCRTA vehicle replacement project, a GCRTA electronic records program, and Lorraine County Transit Operating Assistance. On this slide is 7 more GCRTA sponsored projects, the first being the rehabilitation of a GCRTA track bridge over Canal Road, with some scope updates and funding activities being adjusted. Followed by maintenance projects and programs for which there are scope updates and funding activities being adjusted. These are the HVAC system improvements, pavements improvements program, information technology system upgrades, a light rail track rehabilitation program, their elevator escalator replacement program, and then finally the Hayden facility CNG expansion project. Again, these are projects not programmed with NOACA funds. So the cost of the proposed project being amended to the plan and TIP is the $1 million. The total cost of the projects being revised in the plan and TIP amounts to about $170 million. So funding for these projects is committed and or planned from NOACA and non-NOACA funding sources for these projects. This is provided by FHWA and FTA and administered through ODOT. So with board approval, the amendments would be incorporated into the long-range plan and or the statewide TIP amendment in July. So with that, I would request the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend fourth quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan and TIP amendments for items 6B1 through 15, unless individual action is required, to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for June 2026.
Thank you, Mr. May. May I have a motion for approval? Mayor Morgan, second, Mayor George. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, there's been a motion and a second. All in favor of recommending this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June board meeting, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you. Did you get the motion? Yeah. Next item is State Fiscal Year 2027 Annual Priority List. Jim Thompson.
Hello, good afternoon to the committee. I'm Jim Thompson, and I'm here to present on the State Fiscal Year 2027 Annual Priority List. So the action is being requested of this committee to recommend the following item to the Executive Committee for its consideration of placement on the June 2026 Board of Directors agenda, and that is the State Fiscal Year 2027 Annual Priority List, or APL. Previously, this item was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. So a little bit of background about this process. So as you may know, NOACA has a 20-year long-term vision for the transportation system, which we call our long-range plan, and we update this once every 4 years. Then we actually develop our 4-year transportation improvement program, or TIP, once every 2 years, and that includes essentially the federally funded transportation projects in the region. So then on an annual basis, we do develop our annual priority list. And this contains the projects within one full fiscal year that have NOACA committed funding that we expect to be implemented within that fiscal year. So when it comes to the NOACA funding for projects in the draft State Fiscal Year 2027 Annual Priority List, the funding streams, which are federal funds, are the Surface Transportation Block Grant, or STBG, the Transportation Alternatives Program, the Carbon Reduction Program, and the statewide congestion mitigation and air quality program, also known as CMAQ. And I should note that the statewide CMAQ program is administered by NOACA in conjunction with our partners at the other large MPOs in the state of Ohio. So the projects that are on the draft annual priority list have all met NOACA's project evaluation criteria that we have for each type of funding, and they're currently on NOACA's plan and TIP. Also, NOACA staff have coordinated with ODOT districts and project sponsors to ensure that projects are ready for advancement and implementation in state fiscal year 2027. Most of that did occur through the ODOT district lockdown processes. And then also, I should note that the annual priority list is the basis for part of our capital programs performance measures. So our draft APL has 19 projects with a total NOACA funding commitment of $45.7 million. A few years back, the board of directors did approve a hierarchy to handle additional funding that we might have within one state fiscal year to ensure that we're spending it in a timely manner. And so should additional funding be available in state fiscal year 2027, we will work with partners to reduce planned debt requirements, which includes NOACA commitments to state infrastructure bank loans or SIB loans. We will attempt to advance future TIP projects. So that means that we would take projects that are programmed for either state fiscal year 2028 or state fiscal year 2029 and bring them into 2027 to spend our funding. We may fund new projects. And then lastly, we may provide additional funding to projects that request cost increases, and that would be in alignment with NOACA's cost increase policy. This chart illustrates the distribution of the NOACA funding commitments for the draft APL by primary work type. I should note that I'm saying primary work type here because a lot of these project types may have other scoping items within them, such as minor rehab projects may have pedestrian or bicycle facilities, but they are predominantly a road rehab project. So that being said, about 44% of NOACA's funding commitments in the draft APL are for roadway minor rehab projects. About 35% is for roadway major rehab projects. And then the rest is for shared use, bicycle facilities, traffic maintenance, bridge preservation, and pedestrian facilities projects. So then we've broken down the 19 projects by project type. We did combine the shared use and bicycle and pedestrian projects into one table just for ease of the presentation. So this does include 4 shared use projects in Cleveland, Euclid, Painesville Township, and let's see here, Olmsted Township. It also includes 1 bicycle facility in Shaker Heights, and then a sidewalk project each in the village of Timberlake and the city of Sheffield Lake. We have 1 bridge project on the draft APL, and that is in Lafayette Township in Medina County. We have 2 major rehab projects. Those are Lee Road within the entirety of Shaker Heights through its entire length. And that also includes about 1.5 blocks in the city of Cleveland. And then we also have the Lake Road project, which is a rehab project down on kind of near the US 222 intersection, or 224 intersection. And then lastly, our traffic control project is a CMAQ signal project in the city of Chardon. And then when it comes to our minor rehab projects, we have at least 1 project from each of the 5 NOACA counties here. So we have projects in Cleveland, Lyndhurst, Chardon, Wickliffe, Lorain, and then the Lorain County Engineer and Medina County Engineer each have a project in townships in those counties. Okay, so that being said, pending board approval, NOACA will manage the state fiscal year 2027 program to ensure the expenditure of all available funding during the fiscal year, including potential advancement of additional projects should funding become available. And staff will continue to report to this committee on the status of projects. We do include our monitoring report as an attachment to you for each meeting. So that's mostly the updated project status that you receive. The action is being requested that this committee recommend the following item to the executive committee for its consideration of placement on the June 2026 Board of Directors agenda, and that is the state fiscal year 2027 annual priority list.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. May I have a motion for approval? So moved by Director Serby, second by Mayor Bobst. Is there any discussion, any questions? Yes, Director Procuri.
I just wanted to mention, Grace and I actually met with the director of ODOT last year, and this was one of the priorities that ODOT is moving forward, is reducing carry forward from fiscal year to fiscal year. And so I'm very supportive of this and glad to see it's on here.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, we've had a motion and a second. Those in favor of recommending this item to the executive committee for consideration of placement on the June board meeting, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item is 2026 Public Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure Targets, and we have Kessa Turnbull.
Good afternoon. I'm here to present this year's Public Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure Targets, which are required to be updated annually. We are asking the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend this to the Executive Committee so it can reach the board in June. Last June, the board passed Resolution 2025-34 to approve the current Regional Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure Targets. In the following tables, the black numbers indicate that the targets remained unchanged from the prior year's targets. Blue targets indicate more ambitious targets, and red targets indicate relaxed expectations. For all targets except system reliability, a lower number indicates fewer bad outcomes. For system reliability, a higher number means the distance vehicles travel between failures has increased. There has been a substantial proportional decrease in fatalities and injuries for demand response. Safety event targets continue to improve for Lake Trent and GCT, while they have been relaxed for motor buses. The divergence between the total number of injuries and safety events for motor buses indicates an expectation of non-injury or fatality events that weren't accounted for last year. For system reliability, targets are improved this year, except for Lake Trans commuter bus, which has been relaxed by about a third. Lorain County Transit has retained their targets from last year of a single injury, leading to rates of 0.34 per 100,000 vehicle revenue miles for demand response and 0.83 for motor bus. All other targets are 0, including system reliability. There have been a couple of changes to MCPT since last year. The biggest is that last year, they still separated out their targets into demand response and motor bus. This year, they have combined them into a single target called General Public Demand and Microtransit. Last year, they provided both their injury and event targets with 2 significant figures, but this year, the targets they provided only had 1, so it is difficult to tell whether the targets held steady and were rounded or if they increased. Injuries per 100,000 vehicle revenue miles increased slightly from 0.04 to 0.05, and safety events decreased from 0.02 to 0.01. The system was expected to become less reliable last year, but this year, reliability is targeted to improve. In the GCRTA slides, red circles indicate targets that align with those of other agencies. All targets stayed the same or worsened. Except for those that increased from 0, the changes were proportionally small. Rail and bus fatalities were presumably increased from 0 to better match real-world data. All targets stayed the same or got worse, except for the paratransit vehicular collision rate, which increased from 0.27 to 0.26. The rail collision rate, rail and bus pedestrian collision rates, and the rail vehicular collision rate targets were all increased from 0, presumably to better calibrate targets with observed data. All targets stayed the same or worsened. No targets were increased from 0, and the proportional changes were very small. System reliability decreased across all 3 modes, presumably reflecting observed data. Pending board approval, targets will be included in NOACA's Transportation Improvement Program and Long Range Plan. Once again, I'm asking you to recommend the Public Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure Targets for consideration on the June Board of Directors agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can I have a motion for approval? So moved by Mayor Morgan, second by Ms. English. Any discussion or questions? Seeing no discussion or questions, I will call the roll. So all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you very much. Next item, under presentation and discussion items, for future action, we have the state fiscal year 2028 to 2031 TIP, potential projects for NOACA funds, and we may have Sarah White, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah White, and I'm a planner in the programming division. Today, I would like to open up a topic for our 2028-2031 TIP development update and speak a little bit about our projects for NOACA controlled funds. No action is requested, and previously we did present criteria and methodology for evaluating our lists of potential project needs to Advisory Council's Transportation Subcommittee and this committee as well. So a little bit of background about what the Transportation Improvement Program is. It is a program of all of the transportation projects to be implemented in our region over a 4-year period. So the time period we're getting ready to plan for is July 1st, 27 through June 30th, 2031. So the TIP is the way that we implement from our long-range plan, which our current is WeNeo 2050 plus. All of the projects in NOACA's TIP are incorporated into the statewide TIP or the STIP, and it contains ODOT, transit, and NOACA projects. We do develop this every 2 years, so there is overlap. The 3 sections of a TIP are roadway and transportation alternative projects, transit projects, so we do include each transit agency's 4-year program, and then also an appendices which lays out all of the project lists, program information, and additional analysis. The 4 funding programs that are included in our projects include the STBG program, around $34 million a year, the Transportation Alternative Program, in which we receive 3.8 per year, the Carbon Reduction Program, around 4.2, and then additionally, the CMAC, or Congestion Mitigation. And you will note that all of our projects for CMAC, there's a 5-year horizon, so they have already been determined out through 2031. This graphic walks through the different development methodology when we're working on a new TIP. We've already developed the potential project universe, so a whole list of needs in our region. We've screened those needs against the long-range plan priorities, and now we've moved on to step 3, where we're coordinating with regional and local sponsors. So to start the coordination, again, we have created a list of potential needs in our region for all of our local and regional sponsors to react to. So the current potential projects list includes 249 roadway projects or segments, and that was developed through our Transportation Asset Management Program. There are also 47 bridge needs, so these are all manner of bridges, different categories, and then also 208 enhancement needs. So the enhancement category could include anything from bikes and pedestrian facilities, transit, roadway, reconfigurations, safety, and streetscapes. The draft list is available to sponsors and local and regional stakeholders at the link here, and I believe it is also in your packet. So now that we have this potential list of projects, we have begun coordinating with our regional and local sponsors. So NOACA distributed a letter to all of our community representatives at the end of last month, requesting feedback on this draft list of needs. So we're hoping to gather more information specifically about project scope, schedule, and also the estimated budgets. Also, if there are any potential projects on the list that have already been implemented or on their way to being implemented, we really would like to know that too, because this is still very much a draft list. The letter provided included a link to our online form, and we do ask that all feedback come through this form by April 24th, and then we can ensure that we don't miss out on any info. And additionally, our executive director and CEO and members of the programming team have begun meeting with each county engineer and the engineering team from the city of Cleveland. And we plan to do that over the next 2 months. We had our first meeting yesterday with Medina County Engineer. We had a great discussion on project priorities. And then moving forward, steps 4 and 5 of the process, we'll continue to filter down that draft list by county and region, cost effectiveness, making sure that we know if a project has already been completed and it's removed, and then include other plan list project types. Looking forward, we will continue to evaluate the regional needs up and through June. And then we will have a draft list of funding recommendations. So we intend to bring those recommendations to this committee at your July meeting, and then to the executive committee in August for a potential board of directors approval in September. And after we have that list of committed funding, our staff will begin to work on with project sponsors for scopes, schedules, and budgets, and then it will become part of the draft tip early next year. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I would remind folks to review that list and get feedback back to them via the online form by April 24th. Next item for information only is I-71 Crossroads Study Update, and Lori Adams from DGL is here.
Thank you. We talked about this project a little bit back in December, I believe, right after we had some public meetings, but we're gonna go through this and give you a little more update of information. So the background of the project is this is a 9-mile segment of I-71 bounded by Pearl Road, US 42 on the north and west, West 130th to the east, Center Road, State Route 303 to the south. NOACA has partnered with ODOT District 3, ODOT District 12, Cuyahoga County, Medina County, City of Brunswick, City of North Royalton, City of Strongsville, along with the Ohio Senate and the Ohio House of Representatives for this project. HDR is the consultant completing the work, and DGL Consulting Engineers is managing the project on NOACA's behalf. So there is a project website that's been created. It's hosted by NOACA. We've been having technical advisory committee and stakeholder advisory committees. Public meetings have been held that have presented existing conditions for the study area and gave the residents a chance to voice their concerns. Public comments from the meetings are being addressed by the project team right now. A frequently asked questions document has been prepared and will soon be uploaded to the project website. And an existing conditions report has been prepared and it's in the final review process. Here's a map of the study area showing the boundaries. So many of you are probably aware this has been studied a lot of times. Here's a timeline of all those studies. It goes back to 1984. So you can see it's had a big impact. This area's had a big impact. These problems have had a big impact on this area for quite a while. However, despite all these studies, there never seems to be a conclusion and a place to go forward. So HDR looked at crash analysis. This is crashes per mile. You can see that this is, they look like kind of like walls on the main roadways that show the most congestion. So that's where all your commercial activity is. And that's where you see the larger crash analysis. There was a fatal crash in the time period that was reviewed. This is the time period reviewed was from 22 to 24. You can see that 23% of the crashes are fatal, or mostly injury, 1 fatal, and primarily rear end crashes and left turn angle crashes, and those are due to congestion. So initially, the HDR identified areas of concern. This was a graphic that was used for the public meeting. It talked about the places that were identified either by people or by crash data so that we could look at what we could do to help. So then we look at the traffic congestion, we looked at current traffic counts. We have 2050 traffic forecasts, which are driven by population forecasts. We're using Transmodeler, which is a traffic analysis software. Drone videos were used on a Tuesday in September to get an average day. And ODOT went up in a helicopter, took some of the HDR folks along to see where the congestion problems were. They wanted to see them from above. This was also done on a Tuesday in September. So here's a level of service figure that talks about how we score the intersections. In this type of study, a level of service D is acceptable, and the public has a hard time understanding that sometimes, because when you think about school, D is not a good score. But for an urban area, D is a very good way to have your streets work. So here's a graphic of the existing traffic conditions. This was what was also presented at the public meetings. You see a lot of greens there. You're starting to see some yellows towards the north end of the corridor. Not too many reds in the existing conditions. Future traffic conditions, you start to see more yellows pop up and some pinks going more toward the red stage. This was done prior to obtaining some additional traffic counts, so the work that's being done on the existing conditions report is going to be a little more detailed than this, and some of these colors may change a little bit due to additional counting. So as you can imagine, the most congested area is the State Route 82 corridor. 35% of the travel delay is just in this area of the whole study area. 35% of it is right here. If you've driven it, you understand. So 2 public meetings have been held. The first was November 19th of 2025 in the Strongsville Rec Center. There were 315 participants that came. The next night, we went to the Brunswick Rec Center, did the same presentation with 170 participants. Many of those were overlapping participants. I don't know that we have the number of how many that was, but there was quite a few people that came to both. And you probably saw it back in November. There was extensive media coverage about these public meetings. So what we heard from the residents was there's reoccurring congestion and delays throughout the study area, especially on State Route 82. Residents avoid certain corridors to avoid delays. Congestion varies based on time of day and circumstance. Intermittent disruptions on 2-lane roads occur due to school, mail, trash, and delivery vehicles. And congestion on Howe Road decreases south of Drake. We also heard that property impacts are a big concern. They would like them minimized. Incremental improvements could provide some meaningful relief. People are concerned about the development west of the study area where residential and commercial are planned and how this would impact this study. They think that data should reflect actual traffic conditions, and they appreciate the broader regional approach and consideration of all possible solutions. So what are we doing now? Right now, we're reviewing the traffic simulation models. We're developing potential alternatives. We're applying evaluation criteria. And we'll be working with stakeholders to further refine those alternatives before we go to a public meeting. So there is a stakeholder meeting in 2 Fridays on the 24th to share with the cities and the counties and the stakeholders group to talk those through and see if there's something we missed, see if there's something that isn't right, see if there's something that should be dropped off. So we will conduct additional public meetings before presenting one feasible alternative. Right now, the public meeting is scheduled for June 2nd. And We're working through the details on that. All this work must be completed by December 31st, 2026, due to the legislative order. So here's the project schedule. This project started right about a year ago, and we've gone through the identify existing conditions portion. We're in the middle of or towards the end of the develop conceptual and feasible alternatives. The red line is where we are today. The next meeting is the SAG meeting, the Stakeholder Advisory Group. That's April 24th. Then we have a public meeting, bubble there. So after this, we'll be looking at the alternatives that move forward. There'll be further analysis and go deeper and try to flush out what we will actually come to as a recommended alternative. So you can visit the study page on NOACA's website. Here's the link to that, or the QR code. That's it. Have any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I did just look up on the website. It's under other studies or resources, the resources tab and other studies on the, right, the website. So if anyone wants more information about it. That's just for information. So if there's no other questions, we'll move forward to reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates from anybody? Seeing none. Any old business? Seeing none. Any new business? Yes.
Okay, it was my question when the EPA staff, or the staff brought the EPA email to me. Apparently at this time, it does not eliminate the requirement for e-check. It doesn't mean that that wouldn't be something that can happen in the future, but right now it does not eliminate it. It's pretty much a scientific, technical analysis. What could happen, although I've had staff working on this over the years, if we come up with an alternative to e-check. But now that we have the new proposed designation, staff is looking at what is it that we do need to do now to get rid of the e-check requirement. I mean, obviously, the e-check requirement is intended to facilitate air quality improvement to reach a certain attainment. So it was a good thing. If it's not necessary anymore and we can eliminate it, certainly that would be a good thing as well. So we'll work on that and get back to you. But yes, I initially thought it was exactly what you're asking about, and it is not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I believe there was a bill introduced in House of Representatives for the state to eliminate e-check for this area. I don't know how long that would take to get through both the House and the Senate.
I will ask our Government Affairs Associate Director to answer the question. I do know some changes were made to the e-check requirements.
Yeah, you're correct that there was a bill introduced in the State House in Columbus. But basically what it does is it urges the US EPA to change the e-check requirements. So it still really comes down to US EPA making the decision at this point.
Thank you. Director Serby?
Thank you. I just had something that's not e-check related, but just along with the conversation that happened about the Brook Park project, this I-71, I just wanted to also say that there is an Aerozone Teddy public meeting, which is scheduled for next Thursday, April 16th, in Middleburg Heights. So I think they're all kind of contiguous areas, so I'm not sure how much it's been publicized, but I know that I got that event. So if anybody's interested, it's Thursday, the 16th at 6 o'clock at the Middleburg Heights Community Center.
Yeah, thank you. I know Danielle Render, Director of Public Affairs, has been publicizing that event, and it is a very important part of our Aerozone Teddy project. So please either get the word out or participate, particularly if you are affiliated in any way with that footprint in the Aerozone.
Thank you. Any other new business? Seeing none, I will remind you, the next meeting of the Planning and Programming Committee is Friday, July 10th, 11:30 to 1:30 here at NOACA offices. And with that, I will take a motion to adjourn by Council President Griffith, second by Councilman Slife. All in favor? Aye. Have a great day, everybody. I used to do that all the time, like at council, I just said, you know, that nobody cares. No, that was awesome. And they certainly did. Yes. We used, when I was council president, waiting for people, like for the routine stuff, if it was something somebody had issues with, then you wait for somebody, but that was fine. Yeah, that was awesome. That's the benefit of
Northeast Ohio Area-Wide Coordinating Agency at 1:34 PM. Do we have a quorum? Let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you are able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In compliance with the notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion or the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's Rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record for the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting. Please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. Next on the agenda, we have our minutes of January 30, 2026. Are there any corrections or additions? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve? We have a motion from Mr. Conrad. Do we have a second? Second from Tywin. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It's unanimous. Next, we have public comment on the agenda. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No one has signed in, so we will continue to the executive director's report. Do we have a brief report today?
We have no report today. We're going to get right to business.
Perfect. Then on to action items, beginning with procurement, contract amendment with DGL Consulting Engineers LLC. Lindy Burt, presenter.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today I am presenting to you the following item. We're requesting that you recommend it to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2026 Board of Directors agenda. That would be authorizing the Executive Director to execute a contract amendment with DGL Consulting Engineers, extending the end date of the contract to June 30th, 2027, and increasing the amount of the contract to $153,000. Previous action on this item, the original contract for this was approved by the board back in June of 2024. So a little background on this. In July of 24, NOACA executed a contract with DGL. This was for as-needed engineering services, and the amount of that contract was not to exceed $100,000. And the contract and presentation to the board at that time included an option to extend the contract for 1 year. We actually didn't really need to use them until June of 25, so just before the contract had expired, we engaged them for project management services on the I-71 corridor study. And at that time, we executed a task order in the amount of $153,000. That was for $97,000 during the first year, which would be fiscal year 26, the current year, and then another $56,000, which would not occur until fiscal year 27. So background, this gives you a list of all the services that DGL is currently providing on the I-71 project. That project is actually being undertaken by HDR. So I won't read all of these, but I'll allow you to just look at the list and see what they're doing for us on the project. The financial impacts of this item, again, because we had original contract for $100,000, this would only increase to, the amount of increase would be $53,000 for a total contract price of $153,000. And it would also extend the contract from December 31st, 26 to the end of fiscal year to June 30th, 2027. Next steps on the contract. If this is approved by the board, the study is anticipated to be completed by June 30th of 26, so this year, but extending through through June of 27 will enable us to just fulfill all the punch list closure items that relate to closeout of the project, of the I-71 project. So again, action requested is recommending this to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 26th Board of Directors agenda that would authorize the Executive Director to extend a contract amendment with DGL, extending the end date to June 30th, 27, and increasing the total amount of the contract to $153,000.
Can I have a motion to approve? We have a motion. Do we have a second? Beautiful. Any discussion?
Quick question, for professional design services, if it's over a certain dollar threshold, you're supposed to bid this. Was that done originally for this? And do we have the ability to go over that threshold?
So this is a planning, they're just doing the management of the study itself. The contract with DGL was originally competitively procured in June of 2024.
And if I may add, at that time, what was approved was a $100,000 one-year contract with another $100,000 option. Because this spans 3 fiscal years instead of 2, we're more in an administrative issue that we need to resolve as opposed to funding.
And they're, again, providing the project management services.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? It is unanimous. Action item B, authorized spending for fiscal year 2026 legal fees. Presenter Liz Barlick.
Good afternoon. The item before you is to authorize spending fees for fiscal year 26 legal fees. The action requested is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the June 2026 Board of Directors agenda, which would authorize spending authority for an additional $100,000 in legal fees, up to $200,000 total for fiscal year 2026, which goes through June 30th of this year. So for fiscal year 26, the budget for outside legal services, which are provided by Gambala, McLaughlin, and Pecora, which went through a competitive procurement process in October of 2024, was set at $100,000. This was based on fiscal year 25 invoices and the routine agency business and board of directors needs. Since the budget was initially set in our OWP, some unique legal issues have arisen during the year, which have resulted in additional legal guidance and therefore costs. So specifically, those things are the amendments to the Code of Regulations, which we did at the beginning of this year, legal advice related to the new in-house human resources service that we've established here in related matters, and significantly a lawsuit that's been filed against the agency, which has required a significant amount of legal guidance and action. So based on these factors, legal fees are going to exceed what we use, the practice that NOACA has for the executive director's spending threshold. Our practice requires board of directors approval for contracts up to the threshold amount contained in ORC 307.86, and that for calendar year 2026 is currently set at $79,568. That's why we're bringing it to you all and then to the board. So the financial impact would be an additional $100,000 for payment of legal fees for a total not to exceed $200,000 for fiscal year 2026. So this increase does not result in an increase to overall agency expenditures. So instead, other indirect costs that we do not anticipate spending down for this fiscal year will be reallocated. Pending board approval, payments will be made for the necessary legal services performed during the fiscal year. And we have spoken with Ryan Gambala and his firm to identify any other cost-saving measures going forward. So again, the action requested is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the June 2026 Board of Directors agenda, which is the authorization for spending authority for an additional $100,000 in legal fees, up to $200,000 total for fiscal year 2026.
Very good. Can I have a motion to approve? So moved. Do we have a second? We have a second from Mr. Boyd. All in, any discussion, I should say? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Looks like another unanimous vote. Item C, Cybersecurity Program Presenter Lindy Burt.
Okay, thank you again. So the action requested under this item, recommending it to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2026 Board of Directors agenda, that would be authorizing the agency to develop and adopt a cybersecurity program that complies with the requirements of Ohio Revised Code 9.64. There has been no prior action on this item. A little background on this, in September of 2025, the Ohio legislature passed Ohio Revised Code 9.64, Political Subdivision Cybersecurity. And that required, among other things, that the legislative authority of a political subdivision shall adopt a cybersecurity program that safeguards the political subdivision's data, information technology, and resources to ensure availability, confidentiality, and integrity. The minimum requirements of the cybersecurity program that NOACA and other political subdivisions are developing, it must identify and address the critical functions and cybersecurity risks for the organization. It must identify the potential impacts of cybersecurity breach. It must specify mechanisms that are used to detect potential threats and events, and specify procedures and communication analysis and containment of incidents. It must also establish procedures for recovery and post-incident prevention, and establish cybersecurity training requirements for all employees. And I should mention that NOACA's information technology staff, we have two staff devoted to this function. We're already doing a lot of these things, so that's good news. Other program requirements of ORC 9.64, just to bring to your attention as board members, that the legislation prohibits payment of or compliance with a ransomware demand without a board authorization that specifically states why compliance with the ransom demand is in the best interest of the organization. We must also outline required notification procedures following a cybersecurity or ransomware incident. And it also specifies that cybersecurity program-related documents are not subject to disclosure under Ohio Public Records Law. So the item that came before you today, the one that will go to Executive Committee and then to the board in the future, will not have program documents attached to it as normal in the agenda, because those are not public records. And so NOACA will also be complying with all of these requirements. And in addition to the legislation that came out in September, the Auditor of State also issued Bulletin 2025-007 titled Adoption of Cybersecurity Program. That bulletin provided further details on the legislation, but it also established deadlines for political subdivisions to comply with the requirements of 9.64. So county governments were to have complied by January 1st of this year, city governments January 1st of 2026, and then NOACA's falls under the all other entity types. So our compliance date is July 1st of this year. So we're working towards that. Again, the current state of information security at NOACA, we do have hardware and applications that protect us from cybersecurity incidents. We use a managed service provider to assist us with that. We have a disaster recovery plan that is in place if there is some sort of incident that renders our networks unavailable, either through building disaster or a cybersecurity incident. And we already are and have been for some time engaging in monthly employee training for cybersecurity prevention. And then for future state of information security, so these are efforts to come to help us to meet the requirements of 9.64. We will be engaging a consultant on technology partners. They will help us with the assessment of the network, the hardware, applications, policies, procedures, our managed services, and employee training that we're currently using. They will look at all of that and then look for any deficiencies that exist and develop recommendations or a future roadmap towards compliance with ORC 9.64. We also will be conducting in the near future a table talk exercise in the agency around a cybersecurity incident scenario. So the financial impacts of this particular item, there are no financial impacts of the item that's before you today, but to inform you that the consulting engagement with OnTech Partners will cost the agency $14,000. And next steps, if this is recommended by the Finance and Audit and Executive Committees and approved by we will commence the work with the consultant. And the anticipated completion of that consultant engagement is 2 months. So we anticipate that we'll be getting underway probably this month. And then in addition, we're hoping that we can refer this to Executive Committee for placement on the June 2026 board meeting agenda. So again, recapping the action requesting that Finance and Audit Committee recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 26 Board of Directors agenda. That is authorizing the agency to develop and adopt a cybersecurity program that complies with ORC 9.64.
Do we have a motion to approve? We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. 2 seconds. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It is unanimous. So on to our next item D, credit card policy amendment. Presenter Deb Wardell.
Good afternoon. I'm presenting to this committee a request for an amendment to the NOACA credit card policy. Requesting that this item be recommended to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2026 Board of Directors agenda to approve an amendment to the credit card policy. Initially, this policy was approved by the board in March of 2019, and then a revision was authorized in September of 2023. This request is being brought forward primarily due to a recommendation by the Ohio Auditor of State, who in 2025 joined with the Ohio Ethic Commission's advisory opinion that public offices adopt policies and rules for the personal use of reward program points accrued while conducting public business. The Ohio Ethics Commission Opinion 2025-02 provides revised restrictions for public officials and employees personally using rewards earned during official business, provided the following 3 stipulations. 1, the rewards are earned in the same manner as the general public. 2, they do not impose additional costs to the public office. And 3, the airline, hotel, or vendor are not selected just to earn the reward points. The opinion further states that personal use of these rewards does not constitute additional compensation and recommends that public offices adopt a policy. The amendments requested to the NOACA credit card policy include the following 3 items. The first change being added to is to paragraph 14 in the policy, and that is that reward points earned on the agency's credit card account shall be used only upon the express approval of the executive director or designee, and only for the benefit of the agency and not for personal benefit. And I would like to take just a moment to point out that each quarter, this committee and then also the board receives a copy of the report called Change in Cash Position. And at the bottom of that report, we are letting you know what the value of those points is. And so you can see when that is changed. The second change is adding paragraph 15 to the policy. No agency employee may use the agency's credit card to earn personal frequent flyer miles, hotel rewards, or other reward points to a personal account unless the following conditions, which align with the AOS bulletin, are met. Personal points, miles, or rewards are acquired under the same conditions as a member of the public would earn them. Acquisition of personal points, miles, or rewards poses no additional cost to the agency. And the availability of the personal points, miles, or rewards has no influence on the purchase or expenditure made on behalf of the agency, as such considerations are strictly prohibited. Sorry about that. And finally, where these criteria are fully satisfied, personal points and miles earned may be used by an agency employee for personal use. There are a few administrative changes also being requested simultaneously. The first one is to remove the term comptroller from the policy. The second is to change the term accounting office to finance office. And the third is to increase the total credit limit from $20,000 to $30,000. So pending board approval, staff will implement the amended NOACA credit card policy. In conclusion, we ask that this item be recommended to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2026 Board of Directors agenda, which is to approve an amendment to the NOACA credit card policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve? We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Conrad.
Could you go to the slide before the amendment slide? Oh, go, keep going now forward, I guess forward.
Forward.
One back now. That one, right there.
Okay.
So it says, the last one says recommend that public offices, I'm sorry. Could you go forward?
Mhm.
Wait, one more. There. So it says no agency employee may use the agency's credit card to earn personal miles. But then down D, it says where these criteria are fully met, where the personal points earned may be used by an agency employee using the company credit card?
Yes, so it is confusing the way it is worded, but previous to this, Ohio Ethics Commission recommendation and the Auditor of State, we were not supposed to be doing that. And it's a very difficult thing to monitor, but I do recall in another agency where I worked, where the auditors found, I don't even know how they found it, but an elected official earned points and then used them later and had to pay the agency back money for that, for the equivalence of that. What this is saying is that is actually no longer the case.
I was under the impression, having gone through a similar thing at our office,
Mhm.
that it was the case that the person could use the points when using their own personal credit card.
Correct. That's
not
correct.
when using the agency's credit card.
That's
which is
correct.
what that's saying.
Okay, so that's correct, but let me give you an example of what this portion means. Again, it is very confusing. So I have a United airline account. So I don't travel out of state generally for NOACA purposes, but if I did and I booked that airline ticket through my United app, used the agency credit card to pay for my trip, pay for my airline ticket, I still personally earn those points.
Okay.
And so there I can use those.
I travel less than you, so I don't have points. So maybe I'm just not familiar.
Yeah, it is very confusing. If you use Expedia, any airline where you earn points, any of those kind of apps and where you're earning personal points.
Just seems counterintuitive that we use the NOACA card and then still get personal benefits from using that card.
Understood.
Any other discussion? Yes, Mr. Patrick.
Just out of curiosity, how many credit cards are there at NOACA? Is it a single card that people check out to use when needed, or?
There are two, one for our procurement office and one for our finance office.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, it is unanimous. Next, we have discussion items. I think there's one informational item on the third quarter capital programs performance measures by Sarah White.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah White, and I'm a planner in our programming division. Today, I would like to report on the conclusion of our third quarter and the capital programs performance measures. No action is requested, and these capital programs performance measures were approved by the board in 2016. So the NOACA has the responsibility of allocating 4 different programs through the agency, and the budgets for state fiscal year 26 are on your screen right here. They include the STBG program, Transportation Alternatives, CMAC, and CRP. So for this state fiscal year, around $60.5 million in federal funds. These performance measures were initially created so that the agency could make informed decisions. We could ensure that we were spending the resources as efficiently as possible, and also for increased transparency. We do have two critical areas where we have these performance measures. We have two performance measures in program delivery and two measuring fund utilization. The first in program delivery is percent on-time project implementation. So we're looking at our ability to estimate and program these projects within 30 days of our annual priority list date. So 5 of 7 projects were delivered on time this quarter. So right now for our quarter, we're at 71% and year to date at 68%. The next is percent program balance. And so this is looking at the funds program for delivery in the last quarter of the state fiscal year. The target of equal to or less than 20% of funds programmed in the last quarter is really meant to minimize unintended carry forward of fund balances into the next fiscal year. And so while this measure has typically been met by NOACA, we are anticipating a higher number of projects and committed funds being delivered in Q4 of the state fiscal year, more than initially anticipated. So part of the reason for this is that NOACA staff have worked with a few of our sponsors to advance projects into state fiscal year 26 from 27. So we are getting those funds out the door and projects started a little bit earlier. We expect around 15.2 million to be delivered in Q4 for the Lee Road project, which is sponsored by Shaker Heights and Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works. Additionally, another 10 million in CMAQ dollars is currently being transferred to the Federal Transit Administration for GCRTA projects. So the total program in the last quarter and overall programming total increased. So while we are likely to exceed the target this year, we are very pleased to be advancing these projects and utilizing funds for the region and not carrying forward. The next performance measure is under fund utilization. This looks at the percent of estimate accuracy. So initially, when these projects are programmed, we take a look at the estimate for cost and then how the project is actually awarded before implementation. There were 10 projects awarded in the quarter, and of the TIP budget of 46, it was actually 42 million. So we were under budget a bit, but still within that target of plus or minus 10%. And then our last performance measure is looking at fund utilization of funds encumbered. So earlier, looking at the quarter, we anticipated a higher Q4 improvement and overall year-end improvement due to a higher percentage of projects being delivered in the fourth quarter. So right now we are at 66%, but because those projects were moved forward, we do think by the end of the state fiscal year, our numbers will improve. So at the January Finance and Audit Committee meeting, we understood that members were interested in understanding more about projects that had fallen behind schedule and were contributing to higher balances and carryover. So staff compiled a list, which is on the screen, but also attachment 2 in your packet. And this chart shows projects that received board committed funding prior to March 2023 and that were added to the TIP prior to July 1st, 2023. So I will point out that the 4 oldest projects on the list, 1 through 4, they are larger and more complicated, which has contributed to schedule slips. But overall, The whole of these projects is coming in at nearly $50 million. So in summary, 11 projects are currently more than 3 years behind schedule. The average time since tip amendment for these projects is around 80 months. Again, this is a total impact on our program of $50 million. And we do have 4 projects that we consider to be on a watch list of sorts that could potentially move to the list of slipping behind schedule in state fiscal year 27. So staff is continuing to use all the tools available to us to reduce these high balances and carryover. So as mentioned earlier, we're very grateful to Shaker Heights, the Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works, GCRTA, Lake Tran, and ODOT, because we all work together really well to advance some projects and get money moving. Additionally, NOACA staff have collaborated with our colleagues at ODOT District 3 and 12 to engage more often with project sponsors. So we participate and host quarterly check-in meetings with sponsors, which has really helped us anticipate project schedule issues and then allows us to adjust projects accordingly. So we don't have as many carryovers. We can swap projects out, move it around, and still keep money moving out the door. And then recently, NOACA and ODOT staff walked through, we had our first CMAQ program workshop for recently awarded sponsors. So in coordination with ODOT, we walked through project planning, programming, and implementation process. And we're trying to share as much information ahead of time as possible so we can set expectations with the sponsors. We did receive some great feedback on this meeting, so we are looking forward to continuing this with some of our other programs. And that's all I have for you for the performance measures. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions for our presenter? Seeing none. Oh,
Thank you for the presentation. I understand the targets listed in our packet and that they were in the presentation are targets set by NOACA. Are there targets that ODOT or other federal agencies set that we're also tracking or paying attention to?
So these targets, the financial indicators were developed by NOACA. So we are measuring and grading ourselves. Some of this was in order to give the board a better view of what we were doing. The Finance and Audit Committee worked very hard with staff to develop those. And so we hold ourselves accountable. That being said, ODOT has, I think, asked some of the other MPOs to abide by the same indicators now that we have. And they do have policies about spending, carryover, and such. I'm not aware of any violation at this point, but we are very concerned about the ending balance, which is why we're giving it more attention. ODOT District 12 and myself and the director of ODOT, Pam Boriton, sat down and talked about her priority of wanting to eradicate the balances. So that's what we're working on. As Sarah mentioned, we've got a lot of folks even in this room, such as Nicole English, that has been working very hard with us to advance projects. Some of them have to do with sort of administrative barriers that are really not the project sponsor's fault or not NOACA's fault, but they're part of a process that is a bigger bureaucracy than just us. But the other organizations that we work with, including ODOT, have been very receptive to moving this forward because it's their priority as well.
Follow-up question to that. What are hard targets that NOACA needs to hit on capital performance? And just looking at some of these numbers, and I appreciate what you said, Grace, about those ongoing discussions, but with our target of 85% for on-time project implementation, we were below that in 24, 25, and we're tracking below it for 26. For funds encumbered, the goal is 95% or higher. In 24 and 25, we were at 67 and 46 respectively. Like, we're way below some of these targets. What are the ramifications set maybe by other agencies then? What happens if we're not hitting these?
So the specific indicators are ours. And so there is nothing that speaks to any kind of punitive action because we didn't meet them. They are intended to demonstrate to us as staff and to you as board what needs to happen. Again, I think the largest one we're talking about are the ending balances. That's what the state really cares about. And that's what we're moving towards. Those things help us deal with that reality. I will also say, Sarah, if you want to go back to any of the, no, not, well, that's a good one too, but something like this, keeping in mind that year to date of 66% hasn't taken into account fourth quarter. And fourth quarter is intended to be a big quarter for us because we've really worked towards it. So we do hope still to meet some of these targets, but where they are not, certainly we need to take action, which takes us to, why don't you go to the one that you just showed, this one. So we talked about this at the last meeting, and you asked for a specific list of projects that are behind schedule, how long they've been behind schedule, and how much dollar amounts they are worth. And I had estimated at the time, I thought it was around 45 million. It's actually nearly 50 million. And as Sarah had noted, 80.3 months is the average amount of delay from tip to today. And some of these projects are pretty big ticket items. If we could just move those forward, it would move all of our indicators in the positive.
Yes.
So as a sponsor that has a project on this list, I think this is a bit misleading because Rockside Road Bridges has sold. So I guess I'm not sure what we're saying. We need to get these moved along because that project's under construction and has been for a little while. So it's a SIB loan. That's only a small portion. That's probably the first or another one of the payments on it, I guess, is behind.
I think what it's saying, because I asked the same question.
Yeah.
Is that, yes, because originally I know when staff had prepared this, they had the entire amount of the Rockside Road Bridges on here because the SIB loan has not kicked in yet. So this only represents the SIB loan amounts that have not yet been paid. Does not represent the ongoing ones. We're assuming we're not yet late on those.
Right. And then the other piece is it was added to the tip in 13. It was added as a SIB loan project that never, we didn't really have funding. The SIB loan wasn't going to be available. So I just want to say that's a little bit misleading because being the worst on the list, I just
well, and
hate to be that
actually,
one,
you're
but-
not the worst on the list. Cuyahoga does not mean Cuyahoga County. Cuyahoga County just means it's within the county.
Well, that is our project. I mean, 90,
That one is,
90
not just
months
saying,
is the
right.
high one, yeah.
And it's not entirely yours. There are other municipalities that are within Cuyahoga County
Right.
that are there as well.
So I just think there's probably, and I don't know all these other ones, but there might be other circumstances that are similar that I think the data is a little bit misleading because I don't believe we were 90 months late on the project. So
Where do you see the 90 months?
months from amended to tip to date.
Oh, the negative 90?
Yeah.
Yeah. I will ask Sarah to comment on that. Obviously, my big interest is primarily the 49.966 million. That's what I'm focused on. And I do think that we could possibly look at removing the SIB loan from this list, since we know that the project is moving forward, is moving forward. But I'll let Sarah address how the months were calculated and how that plays into questions about the accuracy.
Sure. And so the columns here, I would say the most important is the date amended to tip and months from date amended to tip to today, because those speak more to when they were added and when we're hoping to see them move off. The second to last programmed in Ellis, that difference there is just, and I think Ms. English, your note that you did not have funding for a while for this project is probably why this is so technically far behind, just because it was programmed, but it was not added to the tip until much later.
So, so
yeah.
Sarah, is essentially the first list of months represent, because it's from tip to today, it's from when we funded it to today. Whereas the last column represents inception of the project put into Ellis, which is what ODOT does, even if it was not funded, which probably is something maybe we don't want to measure because it is, as Nicole says, it's sort of sending a different message. It's probably important for us internally, and we'll continue to talk to ODOT about those kind of things. But in terms of this sort of list that we're talking with the committee about, we could probably take those last two columns off.
Any further discussion? Madam Director, just to close the loop on this, I want to make sure I understand the answer to Ms. Pease's question, which is, if we've set these benchmarks for ourselves by resolution in 2016, what are the actual benchmarks we're required to follow under state law, regulation, or policy? Are there any?
My understanding is that the ending balance is the one that is something that we are subject to.
And what percentage needs to be spent down and what time?
Sarah, do you remember off the top of your head what is it 25% balance is?
We can only carry over 25%.
25%.
Well, we should probably have that reflected in the benchmarks and presentations going forward, so we can see not only the ideal we've set, but the minimum standard.
And yeah, I mean, that is key. We tried to be very conservative in how we put these measures together so that we are understanding how things are moving forward. But if you go back to that long laundry list again, Sarah, and this is why I'm assuming some of the members of the committee asked last time, there really isn't anything that NOACA can do to move these projects. Only the project sponsors, the communities, can move these projects with ODOT. So although we are keeping track of it and we are funding it and we are held accountable for it, the only way we can do anything is to, the only, I think, leverage we have is to take money back and reassign it to somebody else, which has its own perils, because then you have to start over again. So, and we've had discussions before about the guideline is usually 3 years plus 1 in terms of allowing things to move through fruition. But because the funding and the projects can be moved from year to year as needed, we usually are able to cover the issues, and so we don't run into problems. But it is getting to where some of these projects are top heavy now.
I do just want to say, we had our first quarter meeting with your staff, kind of these check-in meetings that you're now having. ODOT was on the call, NOACA staff and our team, and we went through every single project fairly quickly, but I think those meetings will really help identify if there's problems happening and where we need some help to move projects along. So appreciate your team.
Yeah, I know we've
and what
done
they
them
did.
sort of ad hoc previously.
Yeah.
Even I know I've been involved in some of them. I think these more consistent ones are leading to better successes. Also, we've partnered with ODOT to have meetings before projects even begin. Once they get put on the tip or funds are awarded, we are having meetings with the project sponsors to go through all of the requirements, set the deadlines, and then both ODOT and NOACA are monitoring that progress.
Any other discussion? Well, let's hopefully see those added minimums in future presentations so that we can see how far we are over the minimum standard. Up next, we have reports that are included in your meeting packet, the financial report, Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund Quarterly Report, and the fiscal year NOACA attributable funded project monitoring report. Are there any questions on these as they were all included in your packet? Hearing none, is there any old business? Any old business to come before the committee? If there's none, is there any new business? Any new business for the committee? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. We have a motion from Mr. Patrick. Do we have a second from Mr. Conrad? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any abstentions? Any opposition? No, it's unanimous. We are adjourned.